And we're back here after lunch at Super Lap Battle, Circuit of the Americas. We are already hot with Group 5, Session 3 on track, starting their warm-up laps. We had a good morning sessions. We had a couple records reset. We had a few people go faster than they expected. And we had a lot of car setup where drivers were continuously going faster. What do you think, Joey? What are we going to see here in the afternoon with the weather getting a little warmer? Still a little bit of a breeze. It's still brisk outside, but the sun is absolutely outside and shining.
I think we're just going to continue to see an evolvement. And like you said, it's not like it's warm outside. It's still only about mid-50s when it comes to that ambient temperature. So you can't really compare this afternoon session to the one that we had just before lunch, at least in terms of the track condition and the temperatures that we're going to be approaching out there on the track. Now, it's up to the drivers and which sets of tires they put on and how hard they want to push it here, considering that it is very similar temperatures. I would consider it just kind of like another go, considering what we just had before lunch.
I would agree 100%. It does look like these drivers are already out there pushing the lap times. This does look like AJ Peterson in the 163 GTX Mercedes. You know, these cars are much faster than they look. You see this big-bodied Mercedes on the street, and you think it's this luxury two-door coupe, but these cars have been racing as homologated GT cars for years. You have a pretty good history with GT cars. What do you think about the juxtaposition of a big, heavy GT car versus a small, nimble one?
I think the best way to think about it is that they're all kind of built to go play on the same playground together, right? Whether it be the Mercedes or the McLaren that we also see out there. I mean, there's BMWs, there's Porsche GT3 cars. There's a wide variety. The new Mustangs are out there, same with the Corvettes. But the whole key to those globally homologated classes, it doesn't matter which one you're in, they're meant to bring the same toy to the playground. That way everybody is playing with the kind of the same level playing field. The Mercedes, yeah, a front engine rear drive car, so it has some characteristics that, let's say, a Porsche doesn't with a rear engine rear drive car. And it's just all up to the driver, the team, to understand the strengths and the weaknesses. But ultimately, when you talk about the GT3 cars, the OEM production-based race cars, when you drive them, you tell it to do something and it doesn't.
Well, and you literally nailed it. They always will talk about different horses for different courses, right? Remember when there was a homologated Bentley, the biggest monstrosity of a GT car that I loved, by the way. But you got any track with long swooping corners, they were the fastest because the stability of those cars is incredible. You get tracks with small, sharp corners or a lot of changing directions. McLarens and Porsches do better. It's GT racing is that it's not spec racing. You're not the same cars out there. You have 4, 5, 6 manufacturers creating these cars all to race in the same series. And that right there is Jensen Little and his Norma. He did not lay down a fast lap before lunch. I believe he was at a 2:11 or 2:15, but look at him right now, a 2:04.675. Which means he has really started to pick up the pace.
And given that it's an LMP3 car, I bet you the tires that are on it, probably good for the entire session. If you're on stickers, yeah, you want to maximize the first couple, but usually they stick around for a good bit of life. And check that out, straight to the top, a 2:09.
No, absolutely. And like you said, it's on slicks, it's on sticky tires, but more than anything, it's probably one of the lightest chassis out here racing. So we all talk about tire degradation, setup, this and that, but nothing is better on the wear and tear on a vehicle than the weight. So cars that are lighter go through much less consumables. They can go further on a weekend with the same consumables, where a heavy GT car may have to replace its tires every session or its brakes every day. Those LMP cars can go the entire time.
It's an excellent point, and the other thing just to consider, just weight. The lower you are, the faster you can go, right? It's the key to speed.
Absolutely, and that's Clay Shearer right there in the Max Effort Corvette. Though it does look like a street car or a street-based car from outside, this car has had its suspension pickup points changed. Part of Time Attack is you cannot touch any of the sheet metal between firewall and rear seat pan, and you cannot physically change the suspension pickups. So this car is a max effort car, which used to be Procom. This is the vehicle we were talking about earlier. It makes 1,300 horsepower. It's a tall deck LS block. It's a very similar to Ferris car, Toomey's car, without the crazy aero, without all of the development that went into Ferris's. And for his first lap, I've seen the car run a 2:18.5 just getting into it. It seems like he's really starting to find it.
He's coming around the penultimate turn right now, and then he's going to round out turn number 20. So he's about to put down another lap time on the board. See if it squirms for traction. Actually looks really hooked up coming out of the final corner here, and that's going to jump him up into a 2:12.8, so continuing to shave the lap time.
Absolutely, and it does look like this car was built to be tracked, right? He's doing back-to-back laps in a 1,300 horsepower car. It takes a lot of effort to make a car that can do that, but honest to God, Mike Dussault is involved with that, and you've seen the Camaro he built, so they understand heat management. They understand the things required to make a vehicle run lap after lap. He is getting out of the way of the Joker Racing AMG. Now, this is another one of those beautiful big body Mercedes. We do have 3 of them here, I believe. This is another vehicle that actually runs wheel to wheel. He had a small incident in his last race. You can't see it on camera. Best part about race cars and liveries. But the rear right quarter has been repaired because he had a little bit of a car-to-car incident on his last actual race.
It happens. Plenty of damage. That's why there's spare parts out there, and the team, your buddies, to come over to the garage, come over and help you out, get you fixed up, and get you right back on the racetrack.
You see Jensen Little actually set a 2-minute flat before his team was rolling him into the garage there. So it seems between last year and this year, he has really found the pace in that Norma chassis. And then Willie Petrulia with a 202, 222. If it doesn't get much more lucky than that.
Cuban, I was going to jump in here because we were talking about that little prototype, and when we look at the potential of all the race cars, I think that the potential from that little LMP3 car is probably the greatest out of this run group for sure. These GT3 class cars, they are monsters, but when it comes down to the nitty-gritty, those prototypes are fast.
Well, let me ask you this question. I've seen under the hood of this AMG, and the one thing it has going is it's still completely restricted. For those wondering how they homologate these cars and do balance of performance, or BOP, a lot of time it's weight and power. You pop the hood on this Mercedes, it's got these big, beautiful intake runners down to what looks like a little pea shooter restrictor. So the question really is, how fast could these cars go if they just took everything off and sent it to the moon?
You definitely, that's what a driver always wants to feel, right, is to be able to take those restrictors off. But it's not always as simple as that. You got to do the ECU mapping as well, make sure everything's running properly. But you're right. The best way to picture it, those little, it's like breathing through a straw, right? You've got this big old air intake, and you're forced to breathe through this little itty-bitty funnel, so you're limiting the amount of air that the engine can intake before the throttle bodies and everything, and that's how they limit that horsepower number. The other thing that they do, at least in professional racing with that BOP, that balance of performance, is RPM and rev limits on the gearing.
Absolutely. And the biggest thing that we're going to find here is some people do take these GT3 cars and push them as far as they can in the series. We do have Willie right there in another Norma chassis with a 2-minute 9:30. That's literally 4 thousandths off of Jensen Little's lap.
It's so cool to see. I mean, we've got 2 identical Norma chassis cars. They're LMP3 cars, and you look at the lap times, and they are literally identical. You just nailed it. 4 1,000ths of a second between those 2 cars.
You know what? And that's 2 different drivers. These aren't robots. This isn't hypothetical lap times. These are two people out there driving their own styles. Anyone who's raced will tell you two people can run the same lap time, and they have completely different styles, different braking, different acceleration. Some people like to turn in sharp. Some people like to be smooth. Some people like to pound on the gas. Other people like to give it nice light acceleration. And to see two people so close to each other just shows you the ultimate performance of the vehicle, like you said.
I think it also tells me that the drivers, they are pushing it to the car's limit. So when they are that close on the lap time, means that they are really on top of the car. They kind of understand the braking points, the turn-in points, all of the important stuff around the racetrack in order to make that speed. And now it's really just kind of like a little bit of an arm wrestle competition between the two of them.
You know what? And this is the first time that the Rafa Racing McLaren hasn't been at the top of this series since he started. So that's something for them to think about. Let's go ahead and shoot over to Mark. He's with Austin Sierra right now. See what kind of information we get from them and see what the feeling's like in the paddock.
All right, we're here with Austin Sierra. He's actually driving his Subaru, although he hasn't yet driven it yet. So why haven't you driven it yet, Austin?
Well, we're facing some, I guess you could say, technical difficulties. We swapped over to a Haltech Elite 2500, and we're just dealing with some plagued wiring harness issues, jumper pins, running from a boom sling adapter, trying to get everything figured out, trying to get the intake and camshaft position sensors correlated and sending properly. So,
was this one of those, I decided to do a modification at the last minute, or was this one of those, this was a planned situation that's just drawn on a lot longer than expected?
This was definitely one of those planned situations that was well thought out before the event, but unfortunately things just took its toll on the last minute, and we're now facing these gremlins.
What are you expecting to get out? When are you expecting to get out there? And when you do, what are you expecting to run?
Looking like hopefully tomorrow. We're going to spend the rest of the day working through the issues, trying to figure out anything that we can. We've been here the past few nights trying to stay up till midnight, 2 a.m., do the best that we can to get it figured out. So we'll keep going through the night to get it situated, hopefully. I'd love to be out driving tomorrow. 2 years ago, we ran a 2:36, so if I could drop 10 seconds off of that, I'd be dramatically happy.
Awesome. Well, his team's working hard for him. I know he's also putting in the effort there. Absolutely one of those cars we want to see out there. Let's hope he can get this thing done and get it back out on track. All right, back to you, Cuban.
So sad to see somebody not be able to set their laps yet, but that's the perseverance that's needed in homegrown motorsports. They did a swap. Everything was obviously working on the dyno. Everything was working before they brought it here. You come out to go to the track, and that's when things always fail. So the amount of mental fortitude that you need to be in any form of racing, by the way, that's not time attack. Any form of motorsports, be it vehicle, motorcycle, boat, it doesn't matter. Things are going to break, and if you give up every time something gets hard, you're never going to be able to set that fast lap.
That's also why you've got your team around you, right? Your buddies, your friends, your racing team to help pitch in. And we've seen the camaraderie between other competitors already earlier in the paddock between the Hondas. And I'm sure the Subaru will get out there on track eventually.
And there's that final lap right there. Like I said, Jensen Little, William Putrajaya, and Rob Bell, all top three, but this is the first time Rob Bell hasn't been at the very front of the pit. Now, to be clear, 203 is not his fastest lap. He's ran a 202 already, but Jensen Little with the 2-minute 926, he's the one to chase now in this GTX and max effort class. We are gridding up here right now for Group 4, Session 3. For those of you wondering, this is the afternoon sessions. We're going to have Session 3 and Session 4. These sessions are going to go Group 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, obviously, and then it's going to go straight into a GLTC race. The excitement about this event, if you've never been here, is it is non-stop track time. We don't just go session break. These drivers have no opportunity to catch their breath. It's one to the next, one to the next.
Hey, Cuban, something I was noticing there on pit road, and I've seen it a couple times. Have you seen, I believe it's a little Mitsubishi mini truck that's parked down there on pit lane. It looks so rad, the couple clips that I've
It's
seen.
a Daihatsu K truck. It was built by
okay.
Attacking the Clock Racing. It's a fun little time attack build they did. They're going to go put a motor in it now. It's making that whopping 42 horsepower that it made to the crank from the factory. Now, I will tell you, I have a little bit more inside info on that because I am blessed to have worked somewhere that just finished building one of those. We took one of those from the 40 crank to a 107 wheel. You don't want to know how much effort that was, but those things are terrifying when they make power.
It's caught my eye a couple times when we've got the camera down on the garages there, so it was definitely piquing my curiosity, and I just think
well,
it's
look
so
at all
cool
these people here that were eyes were caught by Team Rafa Racing. We have the McLaren, and right behind them we have Tanner Faust in the Porsche. It may be the cars, it may be Tanner Faust, it may be both, but it's great to see them all. And there you go at the corner of your eye, that little K truck.
I just love seeing the crowds, and earlier we were getting those drone shots of the paddock. There's the truck right there with the splitter as the E46 M3 rolls out to its grid spot there. Go out and get ready for its next lap times. But I love seeing the paddock shots, how busy it was. There's a ton of fans out there, there's a ton of competitors, and it just seems like a great place to be.
You know, this is such a niche, fan-driven, enthusiast-driven, driver-driven motorsport. All motorsports are based out of love. But truth be told, the more professional you get, the bigger the series, the more sponsor-based, the more money is required to even think about going into it, the more stressful it is. Here you have nothing but love. You have these fans that come from all over the states to Austin, Texas. You have these competitors that come from the West Coast to the East Coast, be it Super Lap Battle competitors or GLTC competitors. They all come here to Austin, Texas to see this event. From Saturday to Sunday, the amount of fans that come in is always mind-blowing. We've had COTA tell us many times that we have broken numbers that they never even thought were possible, and every year has been bigger. That is not possible without the fans that are here, and even more so the people watching online. 6 years doing this, from year one to now, I've met so many fans that said, hey, I watched the stream a couple years and I'm finally here to see it. So without that, I don't think we would be able to do what we love.
And talk about having it at an amazing place, Super Lap Battle at COTA. It's just easy to get into and out of if you're a spectator, right? You can fly into Austin, you can fly out. It's relatively simple. The racetrack is not out in the middle of nowhere. So when you look at a venue as a whole, this is a great place to go to.
I agree 100%. With these cars going out on their warm-up laps, this is going to be Group 4, Session 3. Now, this is a really cool car. That's a black MR2 right there. This black MR2 is going to be more of a fan favorite. This is Daniel Oliver, Limited Break Motorsports. He's been an SLB and GTA driver for multiple years. It actually has a 2G RFE. That's a Toyota V6 that he has turboed. It's got a dual clutch transmission and a Link G5 Voodoo Pro ECU. That's Link's brand new ECU. This whole thing is incredible. And if we can follow Black Car 445, that is the V6 Toyota MR2. Let's see what kind of lap times he can run.
We've really been highlighting the cars, you know, the technology in the new cars and all of the certain modifications that you can do with the older chassis that are out there, and I think that this is going to be a really cool example. You don't really see too many of the older gen Toyota MR2s on the road anymore. They've kind of been lost to the wayside, and it's really cool to see one out there competing on the track, and not only competing on the track, but so thoroughly gone through, really part of modifying every single last little bit, and we'll see how it does.
Oh, it looks like we even have an in-car of the EG Honda Civic, the Gran Turismo one. This is another fan favorite car. obviously this car is in video games, my friend. When you can open Gran Turismo and play a car, and then you open your stream for a race and you're like, wait, I was just driving that car, that's probably a pretty cool feeling too.
I love that chassis, you know, whether it be in a video game, which is ultra cool, be able to fire up your car whenever you want to, or if it just
that's
reminds
Philip and
me
Jesse
of the good old
Robles,
days.
Garage RCR, Honda Civic DX. Really cool family. They're, like I said, they're somebody that's just doing it out of pure love. And like you said, technology versus not, this is just all driver right here. You have a steering wheel, a shifter. It actually has all the JDM interior stuff, which is beautiful also.
Something else that's
this is
poking
actually the
out
car
at me is
behind him. I
S2000
apologize.
dash. I was gonna say, this looks like an S2K interior.
S2000. Oh, being drag raced. Listen, the miss shift. There's nothing more painful than going down a front straight and then just missing a shift.
Sometimes as a driver, you can't beat yourself out there, and you just got to hit simple things. And sometimes transmissions don't like to cooperate, and especially when they get hotter and hotter and hotter, they definitely don't like to cooperate. So you got to understand all the little bits in the car.
No, I agree. And at least we get to actually see the driver's hand movements here through the S's. It's still kind of hard to tell, but at this angle, you can tell he's going down, and now he's actually starting to go up through the elevations.
So this is going to be around long turn 6 right-hander, and then we come up to turn 7 to the left. This is that uphill elevation here where we really can't see anything. You just see the road in front of your face, and all of a sudden we're going to crest the hill right here. Our head downhill is really got spit out on the exit of the track. There was just far inside on the turn in. This leads us down to turn number 11. So once again, hard on the brake right about now. Down a couple gears. And then we're going to do it all back up the back straightaway, up through the gears on the acceleration phase. Mentioned it, over half a mile long, this back straightaway at COTA, so you got plenty of time to pick out that brake marker. Make sure the brakes are good underneath your foot there, and then stand on it. Get the downshifts done. Nice rev matching here from the S2000. Maybe a little bit too deep into turn 12 there. All sorts of crossed up on the wheel, and that's just a classic sign of overdriving the car a little bit, too much entry speed, and then eventually having to catch it at the back end of the corner. It looks like he bailed out on this lap. He's definitely realized
it does look like he bailed out. You're 100% correct. Let's go ahead and shoot over to Mark Yeager right now, see who he's got in front of him. He's doing his hardest to try and get you guys as much info from the paddocks.
All right, we got Anthony Pearson here in his beautiful yellow Toyota Supra. Anthony, tell us about some of the trials and tribulations you've been going through this weekend.
Yeah, so obviously the level has elevated quite a lot in Super Lap Battle for 2024. With the street class, a lot of drivers have sought after some serious power. So previously we ran this with a factory turbo back in 23, took fourth. This year we're coming with the top mount EFR, pushing a lot more power. It's been a bit of a learning curve, right? You learn with these kind of things, fighting through some issues with some codes and transmission problems like that. The car currently is doing a 222 flat, hoping to find a couple more seconds there and maybe secure a podium this weekend.
Sounds like a good plan to me. Now tell me something. What's this car doing in terms of on track? What are some of the corners that are really giving you a lot of headache and trouble?
Yeah, so trying to put that power down. A lot of the technical turns, I think 11's probably the most interesting, right? Where we're coming out of a big braking zone from 10 on that first straight into the main straight. Just trying to get the power down coming around that turn. It's super critical on such a long straight to be able to get out of that early and get up to that speed.
Yeah, it's definitely a big deal to be able to get power out of the corner, make sure you can get the car going as fast as you can and get it rotated right. So back to you, Cuban. We appreciate it.
And here we have, this is Cal Fortner in his car 44, beautiful AMG. I believe this one is actually a street car, obviously, because it's out here running true time attack. He was running a few issues earlier. He didn't lay down a fast lap, but he's down to a 2:20.152 right now, being the fastest person on track. Now, the difference between the homologated race cars and the street cars are huge. You have the homologated race cars were never legalized for road use. They didn't have any of the sound deadening inside of them. They didn't have any air conditioning, heater, or none of that. Cal has taken this beautiful street car, got one of the best looking liveries here at the track, and he's turned it into a race car. So it's great to see him out here. He's very well known on the East Coast circuit. It's great to have him out here at Circuit of the Americas, and honestly, his lap times are just getting faster and faster. The car looks very hooked up.
Cuban, to kind of touch on what you were just talking about there, is that the best way to think about these production-based race cars versus the production-based street cars is that they all start the same, right? They have the same chassis, but once they get to the point on the assembly line that says, hey, you know what? We're going to make you a street car. We're going to put that sound deadening in. We're going to put the speakers in, all the interior, all of that sort of stuff. Well, there's a line that goes down that way. Some of the chassis get pulled off, and they don't get any of that added at all. So it's really a body in white to start from. And here with the street cars, it doesn't mean that the possibility, the potential isn't there. It's just up to the driver to really extract what they want to out of that chassis.
Correct. Like you said, body in white. That's a very industry term. A lot of people don't understand that. But if you ever hear that term, body in white is exactly what he said. That means bare chassis, nothing on it. One will go down the production line to the right to become a street car. One will go down the production line on the left to become a race car. You could absolutely take Cal Fortner's car, strip it down to everything, acid dip it, and it is technically the exact same car. It just takes a lot more work to get there.
Yeah, you're just undoing
and for class
all
racing
the work.
also.
And quite honestly, that's the appeal of those street cars, is to be able to have the interior and whatnot. And everybody has a little bit of a different vision of what they want. And like I said, the potential is still all there. It's just up to each individual to say, hey, I want this out of my car.
Do you see the broken exhaust on this S2000? I was wondering if he was trying to get out of the way, but I just realized he's dragging pipe the whole way down right now. These are the little things that break that no one ever thinks about. I've actually had that happen to me, and I've had a gas tank strap in my EG break. The gas tank was starting to rub against the ground. There's nothing scarier than that.
So we mentioned the curbs and kind of the breadbox curbs here at COTA, and seeing the suspension, I'm sorry, not the suspension, but the exhaust fall off of that car. It could be as simple as an exhaust hanger failing, right? It could be the welds on the exhaust. It could be that rubber hanger that's physically slipped off the hanger. It could be a variety of different things. And at COTA, we're dealing with the exit curbs, the alligator curbs all of the time. So there's tons of vibrations that go through these cars. And more often than not, you should nut and bolt them after every session. And it can help find some of those things, but some of them you just can't prevent.
I agree. And it's really nice to see Tim Turner here in his number 17 E46 M3. When you were watching it, you did make a statement to me afterwards that really looked like he was overdriving the car. And you know what causes overdriving a car is nervousness. You're just trying to wheel it around. Well, he's in the 230s now. He was in the high 40s when we first started talking about him. So a 239.080, it feels like he's starting to really get settled into the car and more than anything, trusting himself.
Let's watch if he gets the car slowed down here very wide. So he's really trying to maximize the use of the racetrack, and typically we'll see that out of cars without as much horsepower, and this kind of would fall into that category, right? About 350, 400 horsepower or so. So in the grand scheme of time attack, really have to use the momentum, and we'll see how he comes around and finishes this lap time out. It does look much tidier than what we saw earlier in the day.
I agree. He was over-braking into 19. He was over-braking into 1. He was really trying to push the car too much through the S's, so he wasn't ahead of the track. But like right there, it seems he was just pushing it too hard at the end.
You nailed it. I mean, anytime.
But it was still faster.
Sliding,
don't get me wrong. 0.2, but it was still faster.
Yeah, and I was going to say, anytime that you see sliding, whether it be oversteer or understeer, it is tire scrub. And uh-oh, this is that S2000 that we were getting pictures of. And Cuban, you seeing that? I think I see fluid dripping
Now we
out
got
from
fluid.
underneath the
Now we got
car.
fluid.
That is
Absolutely.
not
Whatever
good. Yeah, definitely
failed.
shut it down.
You know, let's go ahead and shoot over to Mark Yeager in a second when he's ready. We're going to get track and safety out here. Whatever it is, that's a pretty severe leak. Hopefully it's something small like coolant. Hopefully it's nothing engine oil related. But this is somebody who's fresh. He's an enthusiast class car. He's out there having a dang good time. And hopefully whatever it is can be sorted quickly. Between me and you, I don't see many things where an exhaust angling can cause a fluid leak. I don't see nothing under the S2000 is naturally close to the header or the exhaust piping that has fluid.
No, and we're just going to be guessing at this point, right? We weren't following the car when it had its failure. We picked it up in turn 1 when it was already off the pace. So I don't know if it went jumping over curbs or any of the sort, whether it was just a driveline failure, whether it was a parts failure or what. It's just purely speculative, but that is right out of the center of the car where that leak is.
Yeah, they're going to checker flag this. That was the end of the run group, basically, but we're going to get track and safety out there as quickly as possible. These cars that are out are going to have to finish their laps if they're ahead of it, obviously. The good news is, like any other form of racing, if you're already on a hot lap and you're not near the local yellow, that's your lap to finish. But more than anything, I want to talk about this because this is the first year I haven't brought this up yet. That tower at COTA is such a amazing thing to look at when you're in person. On TV, it's just some other big thing to look at, but you've been here, you know it. When you're looking up that tower, or if you're like me, terrified of heights, looking down from the top, trying not to cry, it's so awesome to look at.
There's my water hose that came off, so
it
shuts off once it.
Like,
Okay.
a little.
It does look like we have in-car audio. Hold on, this was the gentleman we had the in-car with.
We're probably gonna be putting you up on a rollback
Okay.
here in a second. So once he gets over here, I will then push you in there.
Okay.
Just hang tight for a second.
Feels like we're sneaking our way into a conversation we're not supposed to be in. The track crew out here, track safety, we've all dealt with them in the past. I would never say a single track safety person is bad, but I would say the level of professionalism they have here at COTA is just on a whole different level. Oh, we have another vehicle on fire up the front straight. Track safety needs to get over there also. This is the session where you could say it's heating up.
Fire going on right now.
Yeah, driver's out. That's the only time you're ever going to see a driver get out immediately.
There goes the truck. So they're.
This is not a small track, and due to that, they have safety officials everywhere. This will be a straight red flag. Make sure everyone gets in immediately.
I know it's not what we want to see on the racetrack right now, is the cars having some troubles out there, but it is part of kind of the adversity of pushing your car to the limit and having parts failures out there. What I really like to see from a driver's perspective, and oh no, that's the MR2 that we were talking about.
That's
earlier,
the turbo
Cuban,
V6 we were talking about. Yes, sir.
I love seeing that the drivers are recognizing the problems that they're having on the racetrack. Look, this car is not stopped on the racetrack. It is stopped off to the side in a safe area where the safety crews can get to them at a good manner of time. So you got to give credit where credit is due, and these drivers doing a really good job where they need to.
I agree. And you know what? I have to give our crew that does all the drivers meetings, the tech crew, who's me like patting myself on the back, so that sounds terrible, but everybody who talks to these drivers, they get told nonstop, safety is paramount. If there's an issue, you pull off. If you dropping fluid, immediately off and to the side. It's not just for your safety, it's for everyone else's safety. And you know, these guys do an amazing job of it. I think Mark has quite a few interviewees lined up down there.
looks like we've got the track all cleaned up, so that means green flag action is resuming here at Circuit of the Americas. We are going to be in group currently as they out there on start doing their warm-up laps out there. Got the S2000 as well as the Toyota cleared off, and safety crews have done a tremendous job to get the next run group out there on the track to continue this racing action that we're having at Super Lap Battle.
All right, we're here with Stephen Wynn. He just has his sweet Honda Civic Type R. Now, he's been having some fun on track. Tell us about this.
Well, I came here last year. I did a 232. I'm on pace. I'm on older tires from last year, so I'm at a 233 right now. The car is broken right now, unfortunately. I'm not building any boost. I have people look at it, but hopefully we'll get it running tomorrow with some new tires and get it to that sub 230, like I said.
All right, so what I heard was Steve's got a lot of excuses on why he hasn't run any faster yet, but he's definitely going to bring some heat for us tomorrow. So what are you really trying to get to tomorrow? I mean, give us some realistic expectations.
I think a sub 230 is in there. I don't have much power, but I have this. I can carry myself through the corners a little better. So I think a 230 is on there. I think my optimal is at a 230. So.
What kind of horsepower you got in this thing?
At 380, I think on 100 at maybe 385 or so, 380.
385 isn't exactly a lot, so he's definitely having to wheel and deal this car to get to those fast lap times. We appreciate Steve. Thanks, man. You have a good one.
That is Steve Wynn. He is a SoCal native. He has been laying down laps with us for a long time. Mark may have ribbed him a little hard, but I would have done the same thing. He is the first person to tell you he's making excuses. So he needs to carry his speed a little bit better. He needs to hit those apexes a little smoother. He needs to do what he has to do to lay down a fast lap. So I'm happy to see him out here another year going fast. The biggest thing here is we're at Group 3, Session 3. And from what we have out in this group, it looks like we have 8, 9, 10 people at least that are starting to set flyers. Quite a few Porsches out here. Jason Merck is the first one out on track, followed by Tan Nguyen, followed by Mike Sims. Not sure if any of them are going to go faster. Some people were having some really good sectors, but I'm unsure if it's the track itself or drivers pushing harder. We're starting to see a lot of people over-braking themselves and going a little bit too hard into the final corner, etc. What are you seeing over there, Joey?
I see a lot of the same stuff that you're seeing for sure, and I think that when we break it down and if we look at it from a coaching perspective, is that we had a nice, cool, calm track this morning where drivers were learning, right? Especially in the first session that, it looks like we got a car around the final turn here. This is one of those Porsche Cup cars, and he has stopped perpendicular on the racing line. These race cars can be a little bit finicky to fire back up. Looks like he gets it back into gears. One of the BMW goes around him, so the track is no longer obstructed. We've got it clean, and we should have green flag racing. But back to my point, I think that the drivers are confident from this morning, and now that after they've had some lunch, they want to go out there and push those theories. They want to push the limits on the cars, and you just have to realize, it has warmed up a little bit, so you can't just go out there and drive 12 tenths. You still have to drive within the car's limits, and you just have to creep up to it a little bit.
No, absolutely, and it could be the weather itself, but it's not stopping from Mr. Wynn doing a 225. We have Mr. Humphreys doing a 224.776. That is Wes Humphreys and Tan Nguyen. Michael Sims with a 226.971, and Jason Merck with a 228.442. These are all limited class competitors, so obviously these people are all racing each other for spots.
I think that the times are going to continue to drop, especially since we just had that local yellow in the final corner on that previous lap. Is really everybody was kind of getting up to speed and or putting in their first lap time. So it might just take another about 2 minutes, 2.5 minutes, so we fully get that timing screen updated with everybody's current lap time, at least on a fast lap.
No, I agree 100%. Mark's got someone else with a little bit of insight on their lap times and what's going on. What do we got going on down there, Mark?
All right, we're here with Ulrich Zerka. He's out here driving a Honda S2000, and it did have a few issues today. Ulrich, tell us about these problems.
We had a turbo oil line let go. The fitting actually broke and spread oil everywhere, including the exhaust, which, as we all know, equals fire.
So, obviously, we're hoping that this means the car can get back out there at a later date. So, when do you think this car is going to be ready to go?
You know, I'm shooting for the last session of today, but being more realistic, probably tomorrow morning.
Well, at least you're able to get this car back out there. So tell us about give yourself and give us your co-driver. Tell us a little bit of information about yourself.
Well, I've been involved with Global Time Attack since, almost the start, with Tony, my dad, being one of the tech stewards and also working Grid this event. Jesse has been building this car for the last, 6 to 8 years. And it's just slowly progressed, gotten more and more gnarly as the time has gone on. And he's really built a killer machine, making great power, a lot of mechanical grip, a lot of good bits of aero on the car too.
So what are you expecting to get for a lap time to finish this out for the day?
I've already ran a 121, and it was kind of an underwhelming lap looking at the data. I'd realistically like to see something mid to high teens would be ideal.
All right, well, we're going to look for Ulrich. He's going to be doing some 215s. That's what I'm projecting. He's going to get there. He knows it. We believe in him. Let's get it back to Cuban.
Mark, I'm really proud of you for actually being able to pronounce his name properly. Ulrich Zerka was definitely not the way to go. But truth be told, they went out with no testing, one lap, did a 221. I believe if they can get that car back together and a little bit of confidence in Ulrich's hands, that 215 is very easy and totally attainable for them.
Looking at all of the lap times as the cars are really starting to stream through. We only had about a handful of cars put down that first lap as we get that number 67 Subaru going down pit lane here, getting ready. That's Joachim Sandgaard out there in that white and red themed Subaru. And right now he's actually got a 230.2 on the board here in this session.
And he has such a controversial to some, but such a historical livery on that car. The Marlboro livery is so beautiful. I've never seen a car it's on that it doesn't look good on, so I definitely am not against that. Here we have car number 281 laying down another flyer. That is Brad Wells. He's done a 235.353. He is currently on his second lap.
That Brad does a lot of this SCCA, a lot of time trials, a lot of wheel-to-wheel racing, so very comfortable in that C5 chassis. And I'm a believer in these Corvettes. It doesn't matter if you're in one of the brand new C8s, a C7, C6, or one of these C5 chassis. You go and look at the technology that's been kind of implemented throughout, whether that's the transaxle in the back end in these old C5s. They are fast cars, and they have a ton of potential, especially with the driveline that comes in them.
True, and the 50-50 weight distribution, that's very big. That's one of those cars that through the years the technology has gotten better and the cars have gotten better, but that doesn't stop Mr. 991 Jason Merck from setting the fastest time of this session with a 224.471. He's driving a Porsche GT3 RS in limited class, OG Shark Motorsports. His fastest time here is a 223.030. He's trying to get a 215. He says really all he has is a bit of wheels and time trial. It's some aero, some suspension, hopefully a lap fast enough to beat at least one of the Supras. Those are his exact words. Hopefully I can beat one of the Supras and I'm having a good day.
You were talking about the, what'd you call them earlier? The BMW Supras out there, and it certainly seems like they've come in full force, haven't they? It's a popular chassis, and can you really blame it? It's got a good motor, it's got a good transmission, it's got a good chassis underneath it. It's just, which badge is it?
No, the only people that it really bothers are the purists, you know? Oh, that's not a real Supra. You know, beyond that, I think they're amazing cars. The fact that manufacturers are still making cars that are performance-based and not just caving to having to make EV slush boxes is going to always be a win to me.
You and I could talk about that all day long, and I love character, right? And when I look at all of the cars that we've seen go out there and do laps today at COTA, that's what I love, is the character, the variety of different stuff that we see out here at Global Time Attack. And it doesn't matter if you're in a BMW Supra, if you're in a C5 Corvette, if you're in an EG Honda, if you're in a factory race car, they all are bringing something different.
Well, you're talking about character, and you're talking about something you can talk about and remember. So how about we throw it to Mark, who's talking to Ravi from We Don't Lift Racing with that bright pink Acura NSX with the K20C swap.
All right, we got Ravi Tomlin here. So far, he's run a 222 in his Honda NSX. Ravi, tell us a little bit about the lap. Tell us a little bit about what's going on out there. Tell us what's really helping you out.
Well, I mean, it's running pretty well. We have a mount problem. Other than that, the car's been pretty much fantastic. We're trying to get down in the 220s today. That's the goal, but we've only done, I think, 3 laps so far. So we're going to fix it today, get back on at the end of the day, retry out, try it one more time.
What's the big thing that's really holding you back from being able to turn that lap time?
Honestly, confidence in the car. The car, it's always fresh and new, and you know, when you think something's going to break, and it's obviously as expensive as it is here to make any messes, trying to avoid that, we want to make sure we're prepared properly before we actually go for anything out of control.
I know the other competitors really appreciate that. They definitely want to keep it safe out there, make sure the track's nice and clean for everybody. I appreciate that you're giving those other guys a good opportunity there. So when do you think you're actually going to be able to put that lap down?
Well, since we only need 1 lap the entire weekend, it's really more about preparing and making sure we all string it together. So my goal is to keep working on that last session of day to day, and then actually shoot for lap time tomorrow, probably second session.
You got a new set of tires to pop on that bad boy?
Man, I run those tires all year round. I was on the same stuff as we were last year up until about 2 days ago.
Awesome. Great to hear. Great to see you out here. Really excited to see the Pink Panther out there doing his thing. All right, back to you, Cuban.
You know, I don't think I've ever heard someone call his car the Pink Panther. I'm going to go ahead and call it that from now on, Ravi. I hope you're ready. You know, he's not kidding when he tells you that he's had those same tires. There's 2 reasons behind this. His car is so polite to its parts. It's light. It doesn't make 1,000,000 horsepower. And Ravi truly is a grassroots guy. He doesn't have $1 million to throw at it, so he's going to get as much out of his car as he can. Obviously, he went above and beyond to prep the car for COTA. He wanted to make sure that it was as ready as it can go, so it does have fresh tires on it. But when Ravi says he's going to send it session 2 tomorrow, that means he's going to work his way up to it, and he's going to send it.
Cuban, looks like we've got the official results from that Group 3 here in session number 3. It was Michael Sims with a 2-minute 24.3 leading the way in that limited class there, followed up with Jason Merck at a 224.4, only about a second off of there. And then Wes Humphreys also in that limited class, pulling in a 224.7. Then comes the first of that street class. That's Mike Soto at a 225.0.
And like we were talking about earlier, these cars have been restacked, and they're still so close as far as lap times go. Top 7 or within a second. That's super impressive if you really think about it. Now, another fan favorite out here with one of the most beautiful liveries is going to be Cal Fortner, and I think Mark has snuck his way into that garage. Mark, do you have Cal in front of you for me? All right, I threw it to him and he wasn't ready. See, Mark is never prepared when you need him. Truth be told, though, they're just finishing up this checkered session. We'll get to them when we can. Group 2 is going to be going up. Mark, we won't blame you too much for this, but go ahead and let us know what Cal has going on in his pad.
All right, we got Cal Fortner here. This is his sweet Mercedes. Look at this graphics. Epic. All right, Cal, what's been going on today? What's been holding you back? And did you finally get a good lap?
Okay, so this morning we couldn't get a single lap in. The car was going into like some weird limp mode. I think it was over boosting because of the cold weather. And then we added some race gas, switched some stuff up, and we finally got a lap in this last session.
Sweet. So you finally got that lap in. Now, what kind of lap did you put down?
It was a 220.1. So it's faster than last year, but I want to go a lot faster than that. But like I said, I'm just happy we're on the board now. And
so what do you think you can actually get to?
I'm hoping for like a 217, but I'll be happy with a 218.
I don't like the I'll be happy with. We're going to push you, and we're going to say we're looking for that 217 out of you. We believe in you. We think you can get there. So give us a little rundown. How much horsepower is this car making, and what's really helping it stick to the track?
So right now we're at about 650. It's a learning tune on the car. So you like with like flex fuel with like E85, it's like that with Octane, that setup we have. So it kind of depends on the weather. It kind of depends on the feeling we have right now. So it's anywhere from like 600 to 650.
That's some good horsepower on that car. And the aero package, is it holding you down?
I'd say so. It feels really confidence-inspiring in the S's and everything. We got like the full APR package on there. It's something we've kind of been developing with them for the last couple of years, and it just feels really good.
So awesome. You got good power, good aero. You're starting to put down good lap times. We hope to see that 3-second improvement out of you at a later time. All right, Cuban, back to you.
Fantastic. Great to hear from Cal. He is somebody that is very well known in that Mercedes chassis, and it's great to see him out here chasing laps. I know that having issues in cars is part of that sport we do and love, but honestly, the fact that he does it with such a smile on his face, with so much grace, he's going to go out there and continue to lay down laps. But I agree with Mark. We don't want to know what you'd be happy with. We want to know what you're going to lay down, my friend.
That's the whole goal of why everybody is out here, right? Everybody wants a lap time that they're going after, whether that be a personal best, whether that be a track record, a class record. Everybody has that mountain they want to climb, and it is fun to know the goals. And did you reach them today?
I agree 100%, and it's great to see. This is Sean Farah in his SPL Porsche. This is one of those cars where I don't think we've really followed a Porsche all the way across, so let's see if we can follow this car for you, Joey. Talk to me about the difference between this car going through the S's and everyone else. Let me know what you see.
Let's see what the driver's doing, and it looks pretty tight. He actually drifts it out a little bit there, so trying to really maximize the widening of the arc, widening of the radius through the S's, which can help set up the car. It looks to be just a touch behind here in terms of where you want to be on the racetrack, but he gets it pointed out of turn number 9, okay, and then this is the most important corner on the racetrack coming up right here, turn number 11. I've mentioned it, it leads out onto this straightaway, and you see him creeping in towards apex there. That's what COTA is known for. It widens on entry. It just invites the driver to turn in early, and it's so easy to do. You really have to be kind of well-mannered not to turn in too early. You want to put the power down on the exit there, but the Porsche looks very calm, very hooked up right now. Off of the final top speed sector, get it slowed all the way down here, and this is the slowest section of the racetrack. You've gone from flat out on the accelerator to now being crawling through this slow right-hander, and if you think that is slow, well, guess what? I'm going to slow it down even further here for what is turn number 15 and 16. For the most part, the back half of this lap actually looks really nice. He's clipping the apexes where he needs to be. Let's see what kind of aero push, or if the car is nice and stable through the long right-hander, which it tends to be. These Porsches are very hooked up out here. Don't overdrive it through turns number 19 and 20 here, and see what kind of lap time the Porsche puts on the board. Keep it calm and collected off of the apex just a touch, but crosses over the start-finish line, and that's going to be a 222.3 to kick things off.
That's hot. Honestly, every car we have followed this final sessions has just blown it on 20, right? Everyone's just coming in too hot. He kept it nice and tidy, and that was an awesome lap. Just behind him was Jeremy Lauder laying down his fastest lap of the session so far with a 220, and Matt Davis with a 219. It looks like this session is either very clean or those little small mistakes we caught on Sean Farah, like you were talking about. He missed a few apexes. He was super nervous going into the back straight. He started trail braking into the turn, which will do nothing but hurt your speed and entry into that corner. So the question is, did Sean Farah make a few too many mistakes, or did these other drivers just lay it down? Just like that gentleman right there, complete opposite lock, car 221, 721, Anthony Pearson.
And anytime that you're scrubbing the speed, it may sound cool, it may look cool with the big power slides coming off of the corner and maybe even kicking up tire smoke depending on how much angle you got into it. It's all cool for style points, but when you look at the lap time, that's not what you want. You either want to be stopping, turning, or driving forward. Anytime you have that scrub of the tire speed, you are losing potential lap time out there. And I was noticing not just the Supra, but a lot of cars have gone faster. We were talking about how close they are. Well, right now, the top of the board, a 219.3, and I got to go all the way down to the car back in 6th to find a car that's over 1 second gap lost.
Well, and notice the person who led these people out, that would be the person who is fastest on the speed index, is the slowest on track. Sean Farah out with a 222.382, which we felt was a good lap, and every person went faster. Even Mr. Pearson with that complete opposite lock twice on his lap did a 221.332. Looks like Bjorn Boenches with a 219.369 was the person that came out on top. Speaking of coming out on top, I believe that we have Mark down there with the team of Rafa Racing in that beautiful McLaren GT3. Let's see what kind of information we can get from him and what their plans are for the rest of this event.
All right, we're here today with Rob Bell. So Rob Bell's here driving the Rafa Racing.
So Rob, tell us about this car.
We're having a few little technicals there. We'll get back to him in a second. We do see Sean Farah starting another flyer, and from where he stands, he did a 228.08 on that second lap, so he did pick up some time. He cleaned up those little corners he made mistakes on. That is a beautiful color on that Supra right there. It's not often you see a dark green on a car, and I wouldn't say it's my favorite, but you see it on a racetrack, and it just looks killer.
It kind of reminds me of, now, I know this isn't the right continent, but it definitely reminds me of some British racing green. It's a very cool color, kind of.
I was about to say, you're about to say a British racing green, and I was ready for it. Speaking of British, we got the McLaren back now. Mark, let's go ahead and talk about that Rafa Racing McLaren and see what they got going on this weekend.
All right, we're here with Rob Bell. He's driving the Rafa Racing McLaren. So, Rob, you're looking for that sub 2 minute lap. Let's hear about it. How are you going to get there? What's this car doing? How's it doing it? Let's hear it.
Yeah, absolutely right. Look, this is Rafa Racing Club's McLaren GT3X. It's an amazing car. We've got 720 horsepower to play with. And ultimately, as you said, we are here to do sub 2 minute lap. And the biggest factor at the minute is actually it's my first time here. It's my first time at COTA. You know, I've been a professional racing driver for a long time, but somehow I've managed to evade this place, and it's great to be here. And yeah, actually, at the moment, it's just getting me up to speed. And you know, what I'm finding on this circuit is one, it's very, very bumpy, so it's guiding the car through those bumps, making the shocks work on them, and actually just piecing the lap together. Because if you don't get, for example, turn 3 quite right, then it puts you off for 4, 5, 6, so you're just losing the whole sector. So at the moment, the car's very, very capable of sub 2 minutes, and it's just up to me. I'm getting close, so we've done a 2 minute fall. So we are just under half a second away, and I believe from all the local knowledge that actually we might not get that this afternoon because the track temperature's up, and traditionally cars go a little bit slower in the heat. So we're actually putting all of our money on tomorrow morning. That's the money time I hear.
So the big question is, tomorrow morning, we're going to see if you can break that sub 2 minute mark. And I actually have a really big desire to see you hit like a 158 for some unknown reason. Now, with that said, I really hope we can get that done. Do you have like a new set of tires you're going to be putting on for this thing for tomorrow morning? Or when are you going to try to do it? The first session or the second session?
That's a good question. Look, what we're going to do is we're going to just see how the next run goes, because actually we had to replace our front brake discs. One had a crack in. So we're just going to see how the car performs this afternoon in the heat. But yeah, we've got another set of tyres up our sleeve. I think it's probably going to be session 2 tomorrow. I think that's going to be our favourite time to bang a lap in. But, you know, let's just see overnight. If the track's really rubbered up and the temperature's perfect tomorrow morning, we might flip that and go for the first session in the morning. So we'll work with engineers here. We've got a guy from McLaren over, and obviously all the team at Rafa Racing Club here. So we'll work it out tonight, maybe over dinner, and we'll come back tomorrow. And look, either way, we're going to be pushing. I will be pushing hard. We want that underneath that 2 minute. And as you say, there's a target out there as well of a 58. So let's see tomorrow morning what that brings, and let's keep our fingers crossed.
All right, guys, you heard it here. You're going to have to watch the first and second session tomorrow to see if Rob can crack that 2 minute mark. So you better tune in and get back to Cuban now.
That's great to hear from Rob and the Rafa Racing team. While they were going over what their plans were tomorrow, Bjorn Boenches and Sean Farah have just been trading fast laps back and forth. Sean had it for almost the entirety of that interview, and Bjorn just laid down a 2:18.607 in his car 84 R35.
Look at that flag stand way out there. I think that the wind has picked up more, and that's just going to provide a tailwind down into turn 1. That's really going to push the top speed. It shouldn't affect the top speed down the back straightaway at all, but you were mentioning that number 84 car of Bjorn out there, and I was noticing that despite how fast that GTR is, he looked very clean through a lot of the slower sectors, really nice and tidy through the lap, hitting his marks nicely, and it definitely resulted in a fast lap.
Truth be told, GTRs aren't known to be the best slow-speed corner cars, so what happens is drivers will overdrive them into slow-speed corners. Now you have someone who understands his car and knows its strengths and weaknesses. He's pushing it hard through the sweepers. He's obviously getting it down the straights and all the areas the car can move. But like you said, short of the one thing I saw, which was him over-braking into the back straight, his lap was tidy as can be. It was great to watch. Seeing someone who understands their car so well and does things with it that the average person cannot is really something I love to watch.
And you brought up an important point there, is that a lot of times time attack cars don't necessarily do the slow stuff so well, and I brought it up, and I'll continue to bring it up. I beat a dead horse with this. Sometimes you got to drive slower in order to go faster, and that is not overstepping those limits in those slow speed areas. It's so easy to lose a lap when you're only doing 35, 40 miles an hour, and you just feel like you're not even pushing it at all. It's just that the car is not willing to give it to you.
And like you said, the attitude of the vehicle makes you feel like you're going faster. The amount of times we see people sideways, and in the car it does feel faster. When you're taking a low-speed left-hander and then you're just rocket shipping up the front versus being reverse lock and et cetera, but it takes a lot to just come into the conclusion that being tidy out of that corner and sending all the power at once is a much better way to go. We did see that beautiful British Racing Green Supra get out of the way of this BMW, so it did not affect his lap. That's something you will see a lot. All these competitors want clean laps, which means when they're on a cooldown and they see someone behind them, they're going to get out of the way. It's probably one of the most redeeming factors we have here with Time Attack, especially these seasoned drivers. This is car 187, Corey Rowan and Lawrence Yun. Their fastest lap so far is a 2:19.942, which is about 1.3 seconds off Bjorn and only 0.4 off of Sean Farah. This entire run group has just been incredibly fast from beginning to end.
Also a really pretty looking car out there, kind of a candy apple red with some gold vinyl and wheels to match. Couple that with some black carbon bits. I just think that it pops really nicely, especially in the Texas sun down here on the COTA track, and it's actually going to be bringing it into the pits this lap. So evidently got what he needed to out of the car this session.
Well, and this is a hot take, but you talk about popping. The world is so full of bright colored wheels, which I love, but silver wheels on a racetrack pop the most to me. When you see silver wheels on anything out there on the racetrack, they are just beautiful.
I'm just happy we didn't go to pop, lock, and drop it over here, Cuban.
You had to go there, huh? All right, folks, that's going to be the end of Session 3, Group 2, and that's going to be the end of Joey's comedy career, all right? Cancel that, man. Truth be told, we're about to have Session 3, Group 1. This is the fastest run group. Speaking to Rob Bell, he did say something that we've been hearing from a lot of people, and it's not uncommon to hear, especially on day one. The money sessions are over. What that means is the cold sessions, the fresh tires, the fresh track. Those are gone, but there are so many competitors that have so much time left on the table for today. You never want to take that as law. Too many new competitors hear from someone who's already at the edge of their time. Oh, well, he said that the session's done. We're not going to go any faster. Well, maybe he's not, but there's no way that you're going as fast as he is in percentage of vehicles. So I truly believe in this final run group and the next session, we're still going to see lap times drop.
I think kind of a good perspective of that, Cuban, is he's paid a job to go and use this tool, and he's a master of that tool. So he can use that tool, that race car, to its fullest extent. It can extract every single bit of speed. That's exactly what Rob Bell can do out there with the McLaren, and that isn't always the case with every single driver out here. Sometimes the car is more capable than some of the drivers, so you're right, it doesn't matter to every single buddy that the money sessions are quote-unquote over. You can still improve throughout this afternoon and also into tomorrow.
Exactly, and that's the biggest thing. We're talking the difference between a professional driver inside of a vehicle, and he said it himself, by the way. He said it's him getting up to speed. This is somebody who's been a professional driver for a long time. He's been what we would call a shoe for longer than most people here have been competing. And even him, he's saying he's getting up to speed with the track and the car. Anybody who's driven COTA will tell you it's an amazing track, but you got to be ready for the bumps. If you don't know where the bumps are, it's just going to push your car offline, especially in the hard braking corners and some of these higher speed sweeping corners. Like you will hear Joey say all the time, this gentleman is ahead or behind the track. What he's saying is when you're ahead of the track, you are where or ahead of where you need to be. But if you're watching someone through the S's and Joey says he's behind the track, it means he's off where he needs to be. He's doing everything he can to get back online, and everything kind of just tumbles into itself. It's like a tumbleweed going down the road. One mistake, it turns into the next, and you have trouble just reeling it back in.
I always try to draw parallels, right? And I try to make things relatable, and I think that everybody's probably played Tony Hawk's Pro Skater or something of the sort, where you can get kind of combo tricks, if you will. And here at COTA, there are so many combinations of corners, and just like what you were talking about, ahead or behind on the track, is that basically if you're ahead of the track, you can continue those combinations and be able to link up those sectors and progress through the lap. But as soon as you fall behind in those sectors, well, that combination is gone and you're just struggling to keep up with everything.
Joey, I'm glad you're so willing to age yourself for our fans out here. Tony Hawk Pro Skater. But it's so true.
Right? You know what I'm talking about.
Hey, listen, I'm not going to confirm or deny that I understand what you're saying, but truth be told, everything has a parallel. Racing is not left, right, brake, gas. It is so much nuance. Every person I've ever met who's never driven on a track says things like, oh, I could go out there and go fast. And you give them the opportunity and they can't. Because it takes practice and time. Just like the people in this group. You see that beautiful Corvette, Eric Fleming? That Corvette in the front, we're going to follow that man this session. I want to hear my dear Tony Hawk friend call this 900 horsepower, 15-to-1 compression, naturally aspirated monster around this track.
So you were just talking about how it's difficult, right, to hop into a race car. And I think a lot of people think, well, they're just driving a car around a track, right? You're going around a left turn, you're going around a right turn, you speed up here, you slow down there. I mean, how hard can it be? But once you get to those limits of adhesion and realize how fast you're going, there's definitely a lot going on rather quickly. We haven't even talked about the physical side of things, Cuban. I mean, it can get so dang hot inside these cars. The ambient temperature isn't much more than 60 degrees out here in Texas, but I bet you inside some of these cars, it's well over 100 degrees. And then you couple that with all the safety equipment, the helmets you got to wear, the driving gloves, and in some of the cases, I'm sure the fire suits and everything. It just all layers up, and it gets really, really warm inside some of these cars.
Well, and it's not even just about the warmth, it's about the physical exertion. Even in your street car when you go to an HPDE day, as someone who's fresh to tracking, to go to a track and drive for 20 minutes straight. After that 20 minutes,
it's like a cardio session, right?
Absolutely. Even with new cars with nice power steering, etc., you are wrangling this car. If you're trying to go fast, you're going over curbs. You're doing things that put your body through shock. And if you do it for an entire day, 20-minute sessions at a time, you're exhausted. Now ask these guys who are driving high power, high downforce monsters. They're out there exerting themselves. Drivers, even in our series, can lose 5 to 10 pounds over a weekend, where an F1 driver can lose 10 pounds in a race.
And you think, well, they've got these big giant tires. Doesn't that mean it's easier to drive around? And it's actually not. When you have these big giant tires on the front end of these cars, it actually makes it really, really difficult to turn the steering wheel. So just the physical effort sometimes it takes to drive these cars. And then a lot of the drivers, they put these little itty bitty steering wheels on them. So you really got to use the big muscles in your arm in order to drive some of these cars around the racetrack. So it's a cardio session. We covered that, right? It's a heat cardio session, so it's going to be hot inside those race cars, and it's physically exerting. I mean, you're just kind of compounding it all, and then the heart rate goes up, and just things get busy.
Absolutely, and I love this. We are set up to see Eric Fleming start this flying lap. With the troubles they have run into from the beginning of the weekend till now, I think this is definitely going to be something that, if they lay down a flyer live on stream, this is something they're going to love. Go ahead and take it away, Joey.
With how fast this thing is, let's make sure we hit the brake marker going into turn 1. You see the green flag waving, so the track is nice and clean. Cheating it in towards the apex a little bit, but look at how much grip that thing is able to carry through the slow speed section. And now it's just going to be hanging on for dear life here. Don't get behind the track. Don't get too greedy. With a lot of these apex curbs, you really see him cheating the inside of the S's. Now, that is straightening the racetrack out. It's also allowing him to carry more speed, right? You're not turning through the corners nearly as much, and he's really taken a short distance around this racetrack, really cheating the entries of these corners. But I think with how much front-end grip this Corvette really has, he's allowed to do that. He's modified the car as such that he can take advantage of that. Maybe a little bit of a lockup going into this turn here, but Cuban, this is what I'm going to be most impressed about. Let's see how fast this thing gets down the back straightaway here, because I have a feeling this brake.
And while he's going down the back straight,
really
the twitchiness of this car, it's the under braking. He's really wrangling this car back into the braking zone deep.
Just so much entry speed into the apex. I'm really impressed with how much front-end grip this Corvette really has here. And this is the slowest section of the racetrack, so we were just talking, don't overdrive it here. The less wiggling you see, the faster the car is going to go. It actually looks really wow, look at the front end through that slow speed stuff. I am very impressed with how hooked up this car is. And now the long right-hander. Make sure not to get any of that aerodynamic understeer, and only 2 turns remaining. Don't overcharge it into the final. You see how far off the track he was coming out of that long right-hander. I wonder if that's going to cost him any sort of time. And now through turn 20, the final turn, come across start-finish, gets the nice power down, and let's see what this is going to be. A 205.995.
He's laid down a 206 so far, and that's going to be his fastest lap. And before we cut to Mark to have a quick little interview here, let's let a few more people come across the line. But I agree with you. The amount of front end grip this car has is incredible, but I don't know if it has so much front grip that it's causing a rear grip. Do you see how twitchy the car is under braking and under light throttle turn-in?
Yes, to an extent. However, that's what's really giving it its pointiness with the front end, and that's what is allowing it to essentially take the front end down to apex, and especially a lot of the slower speed corners. So as long as the rear shocks on rebound are tuned okay, I wouldn't be worried so much about the pitch.
That's great. And we do see Eric Sutton laying down a 215.496. He had a small issue with his diffuser coming loose. We have Gary Wong with a 216.346, Brad Perkins with a 216.861, Jackie Ding with a 216.983, and George Zhao with a 217.747. These guys here in the limited class are super close to each other. They're going fast.
As we see, I think that's one of the cars getting out of the way. That's
Looks like
just
we
a
do have
great
one of the
job.
cars off. I think we're going to go ahead and shoot over to Mark in the pits. Let's see what he has going on over there while these guys finish either their second laps or cool down and go for another flyer.
All right, we're here with Isaac Torres Jr. and Sr. and family. So they're driving a Porsche and a Supra. We got two rear-wheel drive cars. So, Mr. Sr., how's it going for you? What are you doing in the Porsche? What kind of lap times you putting down?
So far, my fastest one is a 229. This last session, I spun out coming in the straight, and kind of lost some confidence there, so I stayed at a 230. So next session, I'll try to push it a little harder, see what we could do.
So 229, you got to gain that confidence back. Confidence is definitely a key thing that a driver has to deal with. So what about you? How's it going today?
So we're at a 228 right now. We've had a lot of problems in the Supra, like transmission issues. Splitter just came off last lap, so charge pipe blew off just right now too. So we're pretty much done for the weekend. But with the lap times we had a 228 this weekend.
So with a 228, you're going to be done for the weekend. Are you going to hop into Dad's car and go do some laps?
Hopefully tomorrow I'll get confidence and I'll get in the Porsche, but we'll see.
All right. So what do you think about him hopping in your car? Are you going to try to battle it out, see if who can get the best lap time?
Yeah, we'll see if he can do it.
What do you think?
That's a challenge.
We're going to have a huge challenge, father and son. It was originally between the Supra and the Porsche, which son's winning. Now we're going to have a direct competition in the Porsche itself. All right, guys. Sad to see your car's not going to make it for the rest of the weekend, but we're happy that you guys can come out, have a good time with the family, and have fun with us at Super Lap Battle presented by Rafa Racing Club. Back to you.
These two are talking like it's a battle between them, but we know that youngster in between the two of them is the one that's going to grow up to be the fastest anyways.
It kind of always works out that way, is that he looks up to big brother and dad and learns all the tricks between the two, doesn't he?
He's going to have the best of both worlds. At GTA Finals, they did drive the same car, father and son, and the son was a little faster. All history will always say that the son will be faster, right? He got to grow up watching the father, but he also doesn't have the fear that you gain in age. Let's age ourselves again, Joey. We have responsibilities in life. I can't wad a race car. I have people I take care of. I have bills. I have this. I have that. But when I was 18, hey.
Well, I think that's finally when we also kind of understand what we want to do. We kind of understand what hobbies we like and what we want to invest our time into. And I think that we're here racing because we all love auto culture. It doesn't matter if it's race cars, if it's tuner culture, if it's car shows, if it's drifting, if it's time attack. Whatever it is, we are a fan of auto culture, and that's exactly why we are here. And it's fun when you get everybody together that all likes the same thing. It's just one big party with your buddies.
I agree 100%. And the big thing is Eric Fleming just laid down a 205.428 on his third lap. So that's really great to see. This is a quote-unquote high-strung, big, naturally aspirated motor, but they could just do a cool-down lap and lay down an even faster lap. Eric Sutton went a little bit slower on his second lap. Gary Wong went significantly slower. They're probably all on cooldowns to hot laps. Kyle McHugh, he actually went out there, started a flyer, but I haven't seen him go down start finish yet. Let's see in that Supra if he can lay down something even cleaner than the last lap. All that power with such minimal aero, it's very difficult to lay down clean laps. So hopefully he has a chance. That right there on screen is Eric Sutton. His fastest lap is a 2:15.496. He may be on a flyer right now, but it seemed like he was going pretty slow down turn 2 there. Eric Fleming is absolutely just cruising right now. Here on the grid, you do see GLTC. For those of you who have been waiting, the first GLTC race of the weekend is going to happen. Joey, you haven't been here with us before, but imagine a grassroots wheel-to-wheel series that has a standing start at COTA.
I love it. You know, I've been fortunate enough to do some standing starts in my racing career, and there's nothing else like it. The nerves, we're talking about the nerves of just being able to put down the lap. Well, imagine what it's like sitting in that hot race car, having all of your buddies lined up next to you. You have all of that kind of tunnel effect here at COTA with the engine revs coming up, and then you better nail those lights or else you are going to get left in the dust. It's pretty fun to watch.
I agree. With a rolling start, it's obviously a lot less stressful. These drivers just went through qualifying. Anyone who was tuning in, their qualifying session was very exciting. Their last race here was also very exciting. For any of you who did not have a chance to catch it, I would highly recommend it. I'd look for James Hooton and his Acura TSX and how he ended the race on just 3 wheels. Actually had a drag race down the front straight on 3 wheels and won. But all the work that they just put in their qualifying, it can all be thrown away on the standing start. Or if you had a bad qualifying, it can all be gained back on a standing start. So for those of you waiting for that, we are soon to be into GLTC's first race. Currently, it does look like for our time attack sessions, Eric Fleming is going to end this session on top with a 2:05.428. Kyle McHugh did go out. He did trigger the timing loop, but he came back into the pits. We never saw him come back around. So maybe he was scrubbing in tires. Maybe he was trying to just figure a few things out. Jackie Ding laid down a single at a 2:16.983. George Zhao laid down 2 laps with a 2:17.105. Brad Perkins with a 2:16.861. Gary Wong with a 2:16.346. And Eric Sutton with a 2:15.496. These drivers are obviously feeling the heat, feeling the temperature, understanding that we're getting very close to the place where we're going to be wasting tire, we're going to be wasting consumables. Heat just isn't bad for tires, it's bad for brakes, it's bad for engines, it wears through oil faster. For the most part, these drivers are probably getting ready to send their fast laps in the final session and into tomorrow. Let's go ahead and send it to the schedule for not just today, but for the weekend. We're here at day 1, just finished session 3. So we're about to have a GLTC race come out. That is going to be from 2:40 to 3 p.m. They will be in here soon to commentate that for you. These cars are going to have to go out and get on grid. After the GLTC race at 3:05, we come back with our final time attack session of the day. So again, this was the end of session 3, group 1, led by Eric Fleming. We're going to lead into GLTC with their first race of the weekend. They did qualifying at 10 this morning. If you missed that, don't miss this race and don't miss what they have going on tomorrow either. 2:40 to 3 p.m. GLTC, and then another time attack session from 3:05 to 4:50. Close us out, Joey. How did this session treat us today?
I really liked seeing it, right? I know that we had a couple little yellow flags earlier with some cars that we had to retrieve, but then really the back half of the session went very, very nicely. We saw some of those cars, like I believe it was Eric Fleming down there that just laid down that 205. So we've got some cars really picking up the pace. We've also got drivers picking up the pace out there as well, pushing their limits. So I think with what you said, Cuban, of this last session, being able to put it all together and probably have the drivers go for it and have it be their fastest session of the day, we're going to find out if that in fact is session 4.
Absolutely, and if they don't find it today, they will absolutely find it tomorrow. We're going to go ahead and cut to the GLTC broadcast. We will catch you again at 3:05.
Link is the engine management solution for champions the world over. We know what it takes to win, pushing boundaries, performing under pressure, and having the best people on your team. Our tech support are performance specialists, available 24 hours and ready to talk one-on-one about your winning formula. Link ECU. The performance, reliability, and power to get to the podium.
Green flag flies, and we're racing in Gridlife Touring Cup. Side by side. Down the inside, 3 wide into 4. Huge mess. Look at them. 5 cars on top of each other under a blanket. You can't see these 2 cars race against each other anywhere else.
Gridlife Touring Cup action at its best, folks. How do you like this?
It's a breezy and chilly afternoon in Texas, and that big Lone Star flag is blowing hard in the wind at Austin's Circuit of the Americas. The first of 4 races for Gridlife's Touring Cup Series is up next, with a field of 24 single-class sprint racing cars on the grid. Among them is last year's championship runner-up Luke McGrew, who starts this race right where he did last year, on the front row. And alongside him, James Houghton, the championship third-place driver from last season. He'll start alongside in second. Hi, everybody. Kyle Heyer, joined by Matt Waldbaum, a GLTC competitor, taking the weekend off here in Texas. Matt, welcome aboard on the pace lap here for this 12 to 15-minute race.
Thanks, Kyle. It's great to be here. I mean, this is a unique seat for me, but I'm going to try to do my best to give y'all a driver's kind of view and perspective of what's going on out there. It's weird to sit here and watch your friends take the pace lap and even see yourself on the intro reel and not be able to go out and take the green flags with these guys, but looking forward to it.
Yeah, I'm really excited to get this underway. This is the first of many races in the Gridlife Touring Cup season. We start here at Circuit of the Americas. We end at Pittsburgh International Race Complex all the way in October. But let's kick things off with the starting lineup here for Gridlife Touring Cup. Front row, as I mentioned before, the number 7 Corvette of Luke McGrew. He'll start alongside the number 41 TSX of James Houghton. Row 2 is Lawson Crane in the number 137, and then it's Tony Marchev, who rolls off 4th in the number 17. Eric Magnuson, a multi-time championship from other organizations in wheel-to-wheel racing, starts 5th in the number 330 BMW, alongside Matan Rosenberg, a young phenom in the number 44 Corvette. James Cather starts 7th in row 4, alongside Michael Hilo, and then it's Eric Jensen and Kyle Hale, Matt, that start 9th and 10th.
Taking us through the next few, we have Vitus Aronowska starting in 11th, starting alongside Gary Wimble. On the next row, we have Brian Tyson in the number 10, alongside Julio Crispin in the 350Z. The next row, we have Nick Steniford in his bright blue S2000, starting alongside of Mike McGinnis. Adam Wood in his all-wheel drive white Subaru is going to be starting alongside of Corey Mitchell in the number 79. Kevin Brandy and Kelly Bryant will be on the next row, followed finally by Ernest Pazzelis.
Yeah, and Ernie had an issue in qualifying. We saw his car stopped right on the front straightaway. We suspected it was a differential, but Tony Marchev, who has an S2000, was able to help him swap that out. He will start 21st and tail of the field for the first of 4 races here this weekend. This is our only race today. We race 3 times tomorrow, starting basically the first recession of the morning at 8 o'clock with our Formula One start, standing start on the front straightaway. Very, very exciting. Stars and stripes here in the Lone Star State as the field works their way through turn 16 through 18 at the carousel. And the championship rivalry between James Houghton and Luke McGrew, it starts today, Matt. Of those 2, which one do you think's got the advantage for this first race?
It seems like Luke. I mean, he seemed to have the pace on the practice day, and he seemed to have it in practice. And then maybe in qualifying, Houghton showed that he had a little bit of pace and was ahead of him until the very end. And then Luke put in his last final lap and was able to jump ahead. So he seems to have it figured out. His car seems to be working well. So we'll see after they take the flag, but he'll have the inside line into 1.
The pace car from our buddy Dustin Nixon is going to pull his 350Z off the racetrack. He's out of Dallas, but the field is here in Austin as we get set to go racing for the first time in 2024 for Gridlife Touring Cup. Getting set to go all the way up the straightaway. We get the green flag at the further flag stand at the big gantry here. We will finish at the finish line we just passed. Side by side, nice rows from a handful of brand new competitors here. This can be wild. Green flag, we're racing here in Gridlife Touring Cup. 12 to 15 minutes, and side by side up the front straightaway, it's Luke McGrew that leads Houghton by a nose. On the brakes hard into the first corner. Lawson Crane has a look up the inside, but he's not quite there, Matt, as he funnels through turn 1. This is a challenging proposition for any new driver.
It seemed like they stayed pretty much in line there versus fanning out, which will help all of the competitors get through turn 1 and get down into turn 2. So they see that Luke and Houghton already battling into the S's.
Side by side through the S's. You can't do this. This is so hard to do at full speed here. Typically, turn 2 would be flat. You're to the floor here, but now door to door with McGrew and James Houghton. Can James pull ahead here through the right-hander? Lawson Crane looking from behind him. We're going to try 3 wide. Not quite. Right behind him, Eric Magnuson, a multi-time champion in other series. Could he be a winner in GLTC today? There's Houghton, pulls ahead here into turn 8, Matt.
Yeah, Houghton was just able to get enough momentum around one of those S's, the back and forth. They weren't able to figure out who was going to get ahead, and he'll get just the advantage now. They'll get single file, and then Luke will come back at him, hopefully down the back straightaway.
Defensive line by Lawson Crane on Eric Magnuson in that gold 330 in the background. Eric Jensen up the outside of Aronauskis into the hairpin as well. A handful of new competitors in the mix. Here's Luke. This is a drag race now up this long straightaway from 11 to 12. Here comes Magnuson as well.
Yeah, I don't know if Houghton got a little deep in on the brakes, but Luke seemed to come out of that corner right next to him, and now it's a drag race down this long back straightaway, and then it'll be a test on the brakes of who can hold them.
K-Series engine in that TSX. There's a Corvette engine under the hood of that number 7. They almost are dead heat here into turn 12. Look at Crane trying to go up the outside of Magnuson into turn 12, and behind the yellow car, that's Matan Rosenberg with an ALMS livery from 2009 applied to that car. He's in the mix now. 5 cars under a blanket here heading into this tight stadium section, Matt.
This is incredible. I mean, we're too wide, almost a full lap in. 2 rows deep. Houghton seems to have broken forward a little bit. Lawson Crane getting an advantage here. Maybe able to jump ahead of Luke here. We'll see how they come into the long carousel.
Long way around there for Lawson Crane, but he was able to hold station into the carousel. This is a very long triple apex corner. Crane's going to pull ahead and into second place now. So Houghton has a 7-car length advantage now over Lawson Crane. It's McGrew right behind, then Eric Magnuson. Then behind them it is big dive there by Magnuson on Luke McGrew. He kind of caught him by surprise there, and Rosenberg waiting in the wings to pick up a spot. Is that Cathers lingering back there? No, that's not Cathers. That's one of our newer competitors, Kyle Hale in the 222.
Ooh, big slide by McGinnis there, letting Luke get right up beside him again. I know Luke had a big focus of wanting to start this off strong, and he's falling backwards a little bit. He might be in his own head, getting a little nervous about this, and he'll have to kind of recompose himself to push back forward.
Yeah, Lawson Crane, his only GLTC event in that red BMW in second place. His only GLTC event was here last year. Was top 5 on the weekend, but Luke McGrew struggling a bit here to get back underway as he's got that 330 under his rear wing there. And speaking of rear wings, Matan Rosenberg basically patching one together with parts of James Houghton's car stitched, because that car was not stable through the S's. So he's bolted some plastic to the rear bumper to try to get that thing to stick. And Crane is all over James Houghton here, Matt.
Yeah, this is awesome to see from Lawson Crane. I know he did one race with us last year, but he's just right up there in the mix this year, wanting to prove himself with this really competitive group.
The front 2 beginning to pull a bit of a gap. It's maybe 12 car lengths from Crane back to Luke McGrew, who's a bit of a cork in the bottle now as they head up over turn 9 and into turn 10. There's McGrew jumping the curbs there. All fair play between the front 2 at the moment, about 5 car lengths between them. I don't think Houghton is infallible here, though. You've got a driver that has plenty of experience at this racetrack behind James, who has been here many times before, but I don't think that can replace being here on the weekly.
Yeah, and once they start battling, or if they start battling, that's just going to bring them right back into Luke's grasp. Luke may be able to run them down. We saw that he has the pace, but we'll see now that he has clean air in front of him and less traffic around him, and see if he can catch back up.
Down the straightaway now, there's Eric Jensen, Vitas Aronauskis. That's the yellow and black BMW that's going to pull out a line. Jensen in a Scion FRS that doesn't look inside nor sound like an FRS any longer. There's an LS under the hood of that car as well. And around the outside is an MX-5. Oh, sorry, that's Julio Crispin's 350Z. Crispin rejoins us again this season, and the 222 of Kyle Hale, who's in this mix as well. Through the stadium section again, lots of over-under and putting power down and getting traction out of these corners. It's all mostly mechanical grip in this section.
Yeah, absolutely. It feels incredibly slow. After you've come down that back straightaway, you're doing 135 miles an hour, hit the brakes, and you come through the stadium section where you're just inching, just slowly getting through these corners, and it just feels like it's taking forever, and you're just relying on those tires to get you around.
Yeah, there's a bit of a sandwich now with Matan Rosenberg in the middle of it. Eric Magnuson beginning to fall off. He was very, very good in the opening laps of this race. Matt, these races are pretty short. Can you burn your stuff up pretty quick? Can you overheat your tires? Is that what we're dealing with, or is it something else?
It's probably a little bit too early for that, but you can definitely overheat your tires. These 200 treadwear tires, depending on which one you select, may be faster on a one-lap pace, or they may last a little bit longer over the 15-minute period.
Up into turn 1, James Houghton continues to lead over Lawson Crane. And you can see we're looking at, I believe, lap times here. And Luke McGrew, go back on Lawson Crane. Where did Luke come from? All of a sudden, he's back battling for second. They're side by side into the S's. That's very, very tight there. Almost contact as they gave each other plenty of space, but the track just narrows up so much from turn 1 to turn 3. And then into the S's. It's all about carrying speed. Front drive TSX leading the way. Rear drive M3 and Corvette chasing at the moment. Look at that slide. And Crane's car looking a little, I want to say floppy, but it's just kind of transitioning pretty aggressively, but loading up those tires nicely.
And I think when we cut away for a minute, we just didn't see Luke catching back up. But we go look at lap times. He ran almost a second faster than Houghton and Lawson on that last lap. So he absolutely has the pace. When we see him ruling Lawson in here, I don't know if Lawson maybe missed a shift there, but Luke is going to be right back in this battle.
And he might push Lawson right by James. There was some conversation in the paddock about the top speeds between Luke's car and James's car. It sounded like Luke had an advantage, maybe 2 or 3 miles an hour. It doesn't sound like much, Matt, but it's hard to get
You can see it right here as he's going on by Lawson. Lawson has the wing and the splitter, and he has to take a little bit more weight. Luke has gone the route of no splitter, no wing to get as much weight out of the car as he can to make it as slippery as possible, and it's paying off.
Clean drive into second place for Luke McGrew into turn 12, closes the gap to the number 41 of James Houghton, and now looking into turn 13. This is going to make James a bit nervous to see that black Corvette closing in, getting larger and larger in the rearview mirror, looking through that clear spoiler that James's car has. James built this car not for this track, but it really helps at this place, the way that he's built this car, called the Bullet TSX, because it's shaped like ammunition. It really is a very slick-looking car, but Luke McGrew's looking excellent right now through the carousel.
Yeah, they're both looking great through the carousel. I'd say it's surprising with how well Houghton's car can get through there with so limited aero and a front-wheel drive platform, so you're not having the rear end to help slide you around, and we can see it here. He's getting a big slide through 19, so maybe he's not perfectly planted, but doing super well at keeping in front of Luke.
He had the rear end of that thing hung out to Dallas. That was wild there through turn 19. Now up the front straightaway, Luke McGrew is pulling in line. We'll see if James goes defensive. Luke's going to look to the right, maybe wants the outside to carry speed, now dives to the left. Can James outbrake Luke McGrew? No ABS on the number 41, but the 7's got the inside lane here through the opening corner, and he's almost clear, but not quite. James will have the inside here for turn 2.
James will have to be working hard, and when he's getting into these weird positions where he's maybe not able to run the optimal line, he'll have to be shifting up and down that gearbox. He has some pretty close ratios, so he's going to be able to use all of it. But Luke, with all that torque, won't have to do quite as much shifting as they're getting into some of these tight corners.
Yeah, these two up front have raced each other time and time again. Lawson Crane might be the wild card. Big moment for him through the S's as he chases the car sideways across the road. Crane does. Now has a look at Luke McGrew for a second. He is throwing that thing down there, trying to grab purchase on the pavement, and now into turn 8 up the hill towards turn 9 and 10.
You made the point earlier. I mean, he could have maybe scorched these tires, and they're just hot and boiling, and they're just getting greasy, and he's getting aggressive, and it's just going to keep going and going. So he might need to calm down for a little bit and let the tires come back to him.
Yeah, big challenge, I would say, for Luke McGrew to have to contend with Lawson right behind him, because he just can't get comfortable and focus ahead. He's got to be keeping an eye in the mirror as well. And then don't count out that 330, because Magnussen's not too far behind Lawson Crane. So the front 4 separated by about a second and a half up the back straightaway. And again, Houghton looking like he's moving about a half a car width off the racing line. Slight defense here, but McGrew, that thing is like got drag radials on it basically down here into turn number 12.
Yeah, and that TSX will punch a big hole. That draft absolutely helped him get up alongside here into 12. Let's see if they can stay too wide. Looks like Luke was able to get through. Look at that.
He did, and Eric Magnussen passed Lawson Crane for 3rd place, but I don't think that battle's done quite yet. Lawson has a look up the inside at 13. Gonna try. That's a tough line to maintain, as now they sweep into turns 14 and 15. So McGrew takes the lead over James Houghton, and we've still got time on the clock, a couple of minutes worth. So we could see Nick Steniford and Mike McGinnis at the top of the screen having a great battle into turn 13 as well.
One thing I think we should note is I think Houghton was having a few problems with his car. He was actually looking for a VTEC solenoid. He had one that was unknown that he might put in the car. He had one that was known that was getting delivered to the track. I don't know if that got here in time, but if he's losing some time out of some of these corners, VTEC might not be opening up for him the way you'd want in that Honda.
He told me that he could probably drive around it better than he did in qualifying, but it was still impacting the performance of the car. Now that he's lost the lead, we'll see what pace Luke and James really have against each other, as Luke finally leads a lap after not having led the opening one. Up the front straightaway, Magnussen in that 330 up to 3rd, then Crane 4th, Rosenberg 5th, then it's James Cathers in that number 129. It is Cathers in that car. It was gray the last time I saw it. Down into turn 1, and using all the road there, Crane's a little wide, and behind them it's Michael Hilo and Eric Jensen having their own scrap there in the 350 and FRS.
And let's not forget that it's not just about the track position in this race. We need to be putting in fast laps, because that'll set your qualifying order for the next race. So if you look at fast laps now, Luke is leading the way, then Eric Magnussen, James Houghton, Lawson Crane, and then James Cather. So a little bit of a mix-up in the order there if you're just looking at fast lap, which could throw a wrench into the starting grid for tomorrow.
Yeah, it certainly could, and that's our standing start race, which that is going to bring a whole other dimension in, because when you're starting a race from a roll, you get a very different result than when you're starting effectively stopped on the front straightaway. There's the gap now between Luke and James, and for third place, this is hot and heavy here, the 330 and the number 137. Deep in the brakes into turn 11. Magnussen turns in, but a much shallower entry here. Matt, we'll see if Crane crosses him over.
Yeah, he might have thought that Crane was going to go take a look at him, so he might have taken a shallow line there just to defend any sort of look. But that will definitely compromise his exit down the back straight. So let's see how the drag race plays off here.
Yeah, up the back straightaway, and you see that gold car pulling a bit of a gap. I think the configuration of Magnussen's car might lend itself a bit better to the straight line pace, but as we've seen, the cornering speed is down. That's the trade-off that you play here in GLTC with all the different modifiers that you can take for different enhancements and adjustments to your car. Everyone's in the same category, but cars make speed in very different ways. Look at Crane trying the outside here at 13. If he could get overlap there, Matt, that'd be a great place to over-under into 15.
It definitely seems like he has an advantage through some of these corners, so he's definitely running a light.
Oh, that was optimistic. Down the inside, slide in contact with the rear wings.
Touched.
Yeah, a little contact there. That was a bit of a brave move, I think, but Magnussen's going to pull away, and Matan Rosenberg says, thank you very much. I'll take that spot.
You got to be opportunistic when it shows up, and hopefully Matan can keep pushing forward. He's been struggling with putting that car back together. He had made a lot of changes over the winter, but it's nice to see him still running up front, even battling a lot of the things he's working on.
Yeah, James Cather's watching from the rear view, or from the windshield here, as he closes in on these front handful of cars. All the battle for the last step on the podium here into turn number 20. Now, we're getting close to what I would think would the end of the race would be coming. There's the white flag as we expect, so one more lap around this 3.5 mile, 20-turn circuit. And the battle up front has fizzled for now, but the embers are glowing hot for third place as they run up the hill towards turn 1. Big red, they call it up here, Matt, and Matan Rosenberg might have a shot at the podium.
Yeah, look at that. And one thing I do want to flag after that last lap, Luke McGrew just ran a 27.0. That is faster than his qualifying time and significantly faster than anyone else has been in this race. So he came back from that start where he maybe was falling back a little bit and falling victim to some of the traffic. So he's got his pace figured out, and he's just cruising.
Julio Crispin making a pass on Kyle Hale for 10th into turn 1. We saw that. And now we see this, the battle for third. And here it is again, side by side through turn number 2. That one's still going on. So is this one. And I think Rosenberg's car is fairly similar in how it makes speed to that 330, that gold BMW. Matan's car, one of the heaviest and most powerful in the field. That comes with some trade-offs, Matt, and I don't think the end of the lap is going to be kind to this 484, so he's going to have to make speed on this back straightaway and have a run into turn 12, I think, if he wants to finish third.
Absolutely. We'll see how this works. Look at him taking that shallow line again. I mean, it's maybe something that he's figured out with that car that works for him. But it does seem like it might compromise your run onto the back straight. We'll see if Matan can get a good run out of here and what straight line speed he has.
Yeah, didn't get a great run out of turn 11, though, so didn't set it up as well as he could. Here's Hale and Crispin still door to door. They must have gone through that entire sector effectively side by side, so that one I'm sure will still need some talking about towards the end of the lap. But Magnussen putting some distance on the 484 of Rosenberg. As I mentioned in qualifying, the livery on the 484 is based on an ALMS Corvette from 2009. The driver of the car, and of this one, was 5 years old when that car ran and won back at Mosport. Lawson Crane just looking for every way around it, but Matan's not giving him the secret password to get in.
That car is looking like a handful for Lawson, or he's overdriving. I'm not sure which it is, but that you can just tell from just watching on the screen that he is slipping and sliding everywhere. He has the pace, but it's a matter of can he keep it underneath it.
Side by side here, a little bit deeper in the field, but this is going to be great stuff here. Lawson Crane, while it might be a bit of a handful, he's found some speed through the carousel. Not going to have a run into 19. Matan covers it off very, very well. But maybe down to the last corner, Matan's got the advantage here. Lawson's going to have a look for it, but too far back to really realistically look. Luke McGrew was runner-up in the championship last year, but he's going to start this year with a race win here at Circuit of the Americas. Luke McGrew wins race 1. James Houghton had the lead for a while, gave it up. He finishes second behind McGrew, just like the tail end of last season. Magnussen third, Rosenberg, Crane, Cathers, Hilo, Jensen, and Aronowskis, the rest of your, and Hale, by the way, the rest of your top 10. Crispin lost that spot in the last couple of corners as they dueled on the final lap. Then it's Gary Wimble, Mike McGinnis, and a handful of others. But Matt, that was spectacular. Got a little frisky up there in the front, probably the top 5 drivers, really 3rd through 6th was the exciting one. Saw a little bit of contact, but the aggression level's clearly high, so the goal is never to hit your buddy. So I'm sure there's a learning experience for both of those drivers there, Matt, but the intensity is certainly there.
Yeah, and I'm sure they'll have a conversation afterwards, and generally the conversations are very fun. Very fun, and like, yeah, I understand you were pushing hard. We rubbed a little bit. Most of the drivers out here are just really good friends, so it's more of a come together, like learn, figure out what we can do better on the next go around. It was not a big bit of contact, but we try to eliminate all the bits of contact we can.
Yeah, I think they really just hit wing end plates,
Yeah.
which we've had that actually cause accidents before when people had wing end plates that hooked each other, and that's what spun the car out. So I'm sure they'll have a chat. But Luke McGrew, that car did not fire off very well, Matt, but it certainly did the second half of the race. Why is that? Was he swamped by all the action around him, or was it the car not totally up to par yet? Is it a tire situation? Because he shot out of a cannon the second half of the race.
So his car is absolutely set up to just haul down the back straightaway. So he has no splitter, he has no wing, he has a lot of weight, so he can run a lot of horsepower. But what that means is he's heavier and he doesn't have as much grip in the corners. And if you think about the first sector of the lap, you're going into turn one, a tight corner, need to be really good on the brakes, and then you're running through the S's where you need all that grip. And then once he was starting getting swamped by some of the other cars around him, he kind of fell backwards. But once the field started to string out, he was able to just put the raw pace of that car to work and just start passing people.
Yeah, James described McGrew the other day as a perfect driver. Now, I don't think that really goes, that's really true for anybody anywhere, but Luke drives with a lot of precision, and there are times that he turns it up and there's times that he turns it down. I think he doesn't like to put his car in a risky spot, and I think the distraction from some of the other cars around him also maybe, hey, I don't really want to go side by side through the S's on lap one, so maybe I'll leave that one for a battle later in the race. Luke picks his battles, and this one he picked and won.
The funny thing about Luke is he'll turn it up in Paddock, where someone will bring out a new car, fresh new lap, or fresh new livery, and he'll come up and he'll bump draft you in Paddock. Just to be like, I want to be the first one to kind of put a mark on your car, but he would never do it out here. But he's a great guy.
Yeah, and some of the newcomers to the series, Eric Magnussen, a podium in his first race. That's obviously a very, very good result. Lawson Crane ended up fifth. He's one to watch. Certainly, if he can get that car dialed in a bit more, or at least keep it more composed, I think Lawson's going to be a serious threat in tomorrow's races.
Yeah, I would actually be curious to go over and take a look at what tires he's on. I think the Falcons are the ones to know to get a bit hot and greasy. The Kumos may be ones that last a little bit longer. If I had to bet, he's on the Falcons, but would need to walk over to his Paddock spot and take a look.
Yeah, we will certainly find out and let you know more tomorrow. So as the cars roll back into the paddock, we'll remind you that tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. Central Time, and again, we have a time change tomorrow to worry about as well. We are going to be sitting on the grid on the racetrack. We will start with the Formula One starting lights tomorrow. That's going to be so much fun to watch, so don't miss it. Set your alarms, and don't forget that time change is going to happen, because I forgot about it until this weekend, Matt.
Yeah, absolutely. And if you like the chaos of the first few laps where we had cars mixing up, I mean, the Formula One start will absolutely do that, where someone doesn't quite get the launch they want, or they have a really long first gear and they can't launch the car very well. And it can just completely shuffle the field, and it makes for a really fun race.
That's what's coming up tomorrow. Formula One standing start in the next 3 races to finish out the weekend here at Circuit of the Americas. Luke McGrew, James Howden, Eric Magnussen, your top 3. We'll see you tomorrow morning, but there's still more time attack action coming up, and we'll toss it back over to the SLB guys to carry you through the rest of the day. Thanks so much, Kyle Heyer and Matt Waldbaum. We'll see you tomorrow morning.
Green flag flies, and we're racing in Gridlife Touring Cup. Side by side. Down the inside, 3 wide into 4.
Huge mess. Look at them. 5 cars on top of each other under a blanket. You can't see these 2 cars race against each other anywhere else.
Gridlife Touring Cup action at its best, folks. How do you like this?
What a wild race in a sea of Corvettes, in a sea of cars. We had one lonely TSX with James Hooten driving. That was exciting as can be. That's a great way to lead up to our final time attack event. How did you feel about that race, Joey?
It was pretty cool. I know that my 2 golden retrievers over here had me well occupied while things were going on, so I was trying to keep one eye on the race and the other 2 on keeping the mischief makers under control over here.
You got 3 eyes, huh? That is a fantastic way to live.
You know, as one of my buddies says, I try to keep half an eye on the battle, and I'm like, how do you keep half an eye on the battle? But you can do it. You can manage it.
Back to Group 5, Session 4, I believe. This is going to be Group 5, Session 4. It's time to see who decided to keep sending it and who's going to hold it for tomorrow morning. The good news is, whoever is out here, they're the ones that are going to get the coverage, and they're the ones that are going to get to at least figure out how the track is evolving. The biggest thing is, even if you don't set your fastest lap right now, the track evolves over the weekend. Where rubber is being put down, all different kind of cars use different rubbers. If an F1 car down puts rubber down, it doesn't necessarily help a street car. Same thing's true if a street car puts rubber down, it doesn't help someone with slicks. So these drivers who are really trying to figure out their cars and their laps, this is still going to be really useful information leading in tomorrow's 2 money sessions tomorrow morning.
And to kind of point out an example of exactly what you're talking about there, looking into turn 1, you see all the black lines on the racetrack. Well, it's basically all the rubber being put down, whether that's from lockups or whatnot from previous events. But the whole idea is that the more the cars run on it, the more the track gets rubbered in, and the more it'll evolve, whether it's going to help your tire compound that you have on your car or if it's going to hurt it. Only time will tell, but you know, it's up to the driver and the team to manage those things and understand that yes, this track will evolve, so we have to keep up with it.
Well, truth be told, that's the hardest thing about it. You go out there session 1, day 1, and when you go out there session 5, day 2, you're not on the same track. So for those who only got 1 lap in the morning today and they're going to get 1 lap in the afternoon tomorrow, they are at a serious disadvantage from those who have at least done 1 lap a session and felt the car change and felt the track develop underneath them. Does that mean they can't set their fastest lap? Absolutely not. But does that mean that it's going to affect their ability to get the most out of the vehicle? Absolutely.
And if you say, well, hey, rubber is rubber that you're being put down on the racetrack, I think that you bring up a good point that, you know, if you got slicks, it doesn't pick it up the same way as tires. And I think it really ultimately comes down to the compounds, even between the manufacturers, even between the different tires within the manufacturers. So if you have the same compound of rubber being laid on the track, that's when it's going to help you. However, not every single car is running the exact same tire out here. So it really is just that management game, and the more you understand it, the more you have in your notepad and you're expecting these things, just kind of everything will naturally fall into place when you kind of wrap your head around it.
Absolutely, and here we have Rob Bell in the Rafa Racing McLaren. He's down to a 202 on his first lap, 202.958. I believe, as we heard from him earlier, his exact words are, the second session of tomorrow is where he feels his fastest lap is going to come from. But the vehicle's obviously still laying it down with a 202. Willie Pedraia with a 202.506. He did a 2 flat his last session. Now, given I don't believe he did it on the first lap, so he may be working his way back up to that, but this could be a sign that the track itself is falling away, the temperature, even though the ambient here has been pretty decent the whole day, everyone can tell you that as tires put rubber down, as the sun is on the track, the actual temperature of the track surface itself will continue to rise.
And to touch on what you were saying about one of the drivers from the McLaren, he thinks that probably the fast lap time is going to come in session number 2 tomorrow, and I'll try to explain that here. And now, this morning, we've had a lot of overcast conditions here in Texas, so we didn't really have the track temperature that you needed to lay down the fastest lap time. And then in session number 2, the sun really poked out from behind those clouds, and the ambient air temperature was very, very similar to what it was earlier. However, that track temperature finally started to warm up, and then to your point, Cuban, it has stayed relatively the same. It has gotten warmer, but that track temperature continues to warm up. So eventually it does hit that crossover point from what is going to give you the fastest lap to what starts to become greasy.
Absolutely. And there is that point where you feel like you have maximum grip. The difference between maximum grip and grease is very slight. So you may even have an amazing first half of your session and then a terrible second half. You could have an amazing first half of your lap and then a terrible second half.
One thing I noticed from that Mercedes going up and through turn 1 right there, he was pretty much right smack in the middle of the track entering turn 1, which is never really what you want to do if you want to set up that for your fast flyer.
Well, and you'll notice here, this is where it's rough because everyone feels they're going to take the line that works best for them. You'll see someone open up one extremely. You'll see someone with good grip, good mechanical, and not necessarily a lot of power feeling they're not going to track all the way out through one because they carry more speed by not doing so. Now, obviously, being in the middle of one is never going to be the best place unless you're defending for a position. But it really feels like a lot of drivers are starting to test out new lines and see where they can tighten things up and opening them up to try and pick up mile per hour versus shortening the track to get the least amount of distance possible.
Well, and Cuban, I want to draw our eyes to the lap time that McLaren just laid down, a 2:08. That is one of the fastest lap times we've seen from any car all day long here. So even though it is the warmest temperatures we've seen and it's the last session of the day, Rob Bell in that McLaren laying it down.
Oh, absolutely. And right behind him there going through turn 1, Mr. Tanner Faust in the Rafa Racing GT3 with a 211-188. That's just a basic GT3 right off the showroom floor with wheels and tires there. So with a 211-188, that is huge. Now a 2:08.12, you figure if they did that lap in the earlier sessions, that's a mid-59 all day.
If we were to guesstimate, yeah, probably. And I think the biggest variable, the biggest factor when we're dealing with this specific run group, maybe not all of the cars that we see today, but tire life is so dictating of what the lap times can do in these cars, especially when you put a driver like Rob Bell that can extract all of the performance out of the car. If you give him some fresh tires, he can go out there and just extract even more.
Oh, absolutely. And as he told us from the get-go, he's still learning the car. He's still learning the track. I mean, we give someone like him a week here, he's going to get every thousandth that the car has to give him. But what is it about competition? It's not what you can do with enough time on the track forever. It's what can you do in the time allotted for you to lay those laps down. This is why there's no such thing as a time attack record on a track day, because you need to be in competition, has to be within the time frame, and that's when everything comes down. We can name competitor after competitor that has technically laid a faster lap in an HPDE day after a lot of testing, but that's not the same as coming here under the conditions and laying the lap record down with everyone else watching.
There's a lot of pressure, there's a lot of eyes, and you have to go out there and perform when it's the toughest, and it's exactly what Global Time Attack is all about, going out there, pushing, bettering your personal best, breaking track records, breaking class records, and just furthering the improvement of yourself and the car as we watch this monster Camaro go rumbling down the back straightaway here. You were mentioning this is definitely one of the fan favorite cars, and you can definitely see why it just looks so cool. It looks like a Hot Wheels car out there.
It does, and that's a fan favorite of all the people that have been here. I do want to mention the 10,000 people that are watching us on Twitch right now. A lot of you don't know what you're turning into, and I want to give you all the love in the world. You have tuned into one of the most niche love motorsports by our small community. This is Time Attack here at Circuit of the Americas. We're at Session 4, Group 5. We're out here at Circuit of the Americas in Austin, Texas, chasing the clock with some of the most extreme builds out there, down to some of the most basic street cars, just laying down fast laps with fast drivers. We speak of this like it's every day to us because we live and breathe this. My co-announcer here, he announces IMSA. He's part of IMSA teams. He does a lot of wheel-to-wheel. I live and breathe Time Attack, and we can talk about this all day. But to those of you watching, you're seeing the culmination of over a decade of U.S. Time Attack coming together here in Austin, Texas at Circuit of the Americas to lay down the fastest lap at a premier U.S. track. You have caught us here at the end of the day. We will also be here all day tomorrow. We've seen records drop. We've seen the Rafa Racing McLaren almost be the first car to go under 2 minutes here in competition. For those of you out there tuning in, I want to thank you. Also, for those of you out there who have come here and not able to make it, that is huge. I actually got a shout out. A gentleman named Ben, he came here 2 years ago from Germany with his wife. He sent me a message after I was giving shout out to all the people who are watching us across the world. His exact words were, Cuban, 2 years ago, wife and I flew in from Germany just to enjoy SLB in person. Can't wait to make it back hopefully next year. Thank you for everything you guys do. 6 years of live streaming going strong. And Ben, to everyone else watching us all across the world, you're the reason we do this. So thank you for that.
I was noticing that the McLaren of Rob Bell, the last lap time that he did was a 2:01.3, so a little bit slower than his fastest of the session, and I would say that's pretty atypical of how tires usually respond. At least a new set, they have a couple laps of some really, really fast screaming lap times, and then they tend to fall off just a little bit. They don't fall off completely and continue falling down the hill. They just kind of plateau and stabilize a few tenths slower than their ultimate pace.
Well, yeah, and that's going to be the biggest difference between a McLaren car like that versus a completely set up Time Attack car. What someone like Joey has been missing, because he hasn't been doing this forever, is a lot of these cars are set up with intense toe out in the front, zero toe in the rear, big camber setups to give them the max performance they can for one lap. But as you can attest to, Joey, after one lap, those tires are overheated, they're destroyed, and if you try to go for another lap, you're just going to be destroying the tires from there.
Correct, and I think that a lot of the competitors, what they'll do is they'll actually adjust their game plan and say, hey, the tires that I want to run, they don't need to last more than a lap because the car is so aggressive, and that's why we get a lot of these sticky tires out here in some of these racing category classes that essentially are pretty much an autocross tire. They make it a few miles. That's what they're good at. And then you really got to cool them down before you can kind of get the grip out of them again.
Absolutely. And we have had a little bit of issues on track. It does look like Mark Austin in the Mad Joker Racing Mercedes-Benz AMG GT, he had a light impact with the wall. Nothing too serious. He's already continued going, and he's going to keep going. No damage to suspension. But it just shows you how pushing the limits here can really come and bite you when things don't go perfectly. For those of you who have never driven on a track, you are pushing the limits of the car. You're pushing the limits of grip, the limits of power, the limits of the engine. And all it takes is that extra tenth to go over the limit and find yourself in that same situation.
I think something to note is even though the car went off track and evidently impacted a tire wall, the safety at COTA, there's lots of the tech barriers, if you will, the plastic barriers. So even though wall is a relative term, I don't think he hit any concrete or K-wall or anything. Probably went sliding through some gravel. There's tons of runoff here at Circuit of the Americas, so probably bled a lot of speed before even making any sort of impact, whether that be to Tech Pro or some tire bundles or whatever, and should get everything back going. And there's the shot of that EG that we've been talking about so much, a video game car.
Gran Turismo. You could actually go play Gran Turismo right now and race that car. That's Philip Robles from Arizona. That is probably, again, one of the fan favorites across the board, but it's hard not to be a fan favorite when you're in video games.
Cuban, would you say that the Rafa Racing Club has some popularity? Look at the crowd around these cars and just all of the people that have come out to either A, see the cars, or B, see the drivers.
Well, there's one of the reasons, Tanner Faust. It's a great way to bring people down, but let's just pretend Tanner Faust wasn't even here. Inside the Rafa Racing Garage, they actually have taken up the entire garage next to them as a hospitality suite. And at a racing event, to be able to sit in a racing simulator and race the track, you're going to agree that's probably one of the coolest things you could live with. And they have multiple simulators in Garage 23.
I think that doing a lot of work with iRacing, it's been extremely beneficial. And even here for the competitors at Global Time Attack, I think that sim work, the further it progresses, the more and more it's actually going to be involved with this stuff. And it's a great practice tool. Think about the cost every single time you come out here to the racetrack. Well, you get to fire up your PC and get to go do laps in a very similar car. It is all that muscle memory. It's the same thing without having to spend the big dollars.
Well, absolutely. And here we are, a quick little shot inside the Rafa Racing Garage. You can see how serious some of these guys are. They're getting ready to start their laps on the sim. Obviously, it's their complete hospitality garage, so you can see the wheels they run. These sims are beautiful. They are multi-screen. Everything is to try to tune you into it as much as possible. Sim racing is a tool that every year that goes on has become more and more important, not just for new drivers, but to develop already proven drivers. You get a driver in there, and these sims, they give, I believe, shock simulation. They help you feel things. And like what we have at home, I know you have a rig at your house. I know I have a rig at my house. But what I do not have at home is a seat that will literally throw me in the air when I'm jumping over rumble strips. So I do get to cheat from time to time, where these sims will kick you right in the butt if you aren't careful.
I could get way too nerdy on a lot of these sim racing setups, and if anybody is curious, yeah, there's a lot of ways that you can do that between motion and butt kickers, and it is really neat just how far the technology has come, the amount of cars that you can have access to in the virtual world. Now, I know that it may not be as accessible as, let's say, like a Forza per se, but when you talk about a simulator level of being able to go out there and practice the basics, right? You need to practice threshold braking, being able to roll on the throttle and prevent oversteer. That's exactly what a sim, like I said, muscle memory, that's what it can provide you.
Agreed. And with Group 5 Session 4 out on track right now, it does look like Rob Bell's 2-minute 812 is going to lead this session till the end. We have Will Pedroia ending with a 201.374. Now, what you see going on right now is, to keep it rolling because the race went a little long, they're going to release Group 4 as Group 5 are doing their cooldowns to come in. Obviously, the people here in Group 4 are going to do their warm-up lap at 70%, get their gap, be ready to go out complete. Here we have Mr. Tim Turner in his E46 M3. This Honda Civic, I believe it's either an EK9 or it is a conversion. It is right-hand drive. I have not seen him yet. I believe he is someone who showed up just a little late. It's great to see that he showed up. Now let's see what kind of lap time he runs. I believe his name is Tuan Ho, and he has a EK9 Type R. Obviously, S2000, very popular car. Behind him, we have Mr. Cal Fortner in the AMG GT.
I think the big difference with this run group really that I'm seeing between all of the cars is we've got quite a few front drivers here. Between that EG and that EK out there, just the great big huge diversity of cars that we get here at GTA. And all of the different drivers that have their kind of different flavor of ice cream that they'd like to go out there and drive, if you will.
Truth be told, in time attack especially, front-wheel drive car development has been leaps and bounds because we don't need to make these cars last forever in a race. So you look hard enough, you start to find people who run things like reverse stagger, a 295 in the front, a 235 in the back, running very stiff springs, very, very aggressive alignment setups. You have seen in the last 2 or 3 years cars set records in front-wheel drive cars that people thought were not attainable. There are multiple tracks, Button Willow Raceway Park, Road Atlanta, Road America, I believe, where records were set by a gentleman named William Al Young in his PZ Tuning Civic. Lap times that people thought were not even possible. 20 years ago, you tell someone you wanted to race a front-wheel drive car and they'd ask you why you're taking your wife's car to the racetrack. That's the Econo box, right? That's the vehicle that's never meant to go fast. Now you have the Robert Rushtons of the world setting records everywhere he goes. You have all of these gentlemen who just have decided that I don't want to be part of the norm. I want to push the limit in the car that I like.
And I think that to go along with your point of front-wheel drive development now, yes, there's always been front-wheel drive touring cars and race cars out there, but I think in the last 5 years, there's been a relatively new class called TCR that's been introduced, and it's really been around for about a decade now, but it's been gaining popularity in the last 5 years. And because of the popularity of it, manufacturers such as Honda, Hyundai, Audi, and others that make these front-wheel drive, call it Econo boxes that you were referring to, the technology, the speed, the motors, the drive lines, the differentials, everything about them has basically gotten this technology boost, this driveline boost, and what they are capable of now is just absolutely crazy. You put some of these front-wheel drive cars up against even some of the Shelby GT350s, some of the faster Ford Mustangs and Chevy Camaros at a relatively even playing field, and they hold their own. They are incredibly fast cars.
Absolutely. You nailed it. And TCR is a big part of it. Also, what's a big part of it to a lot of the time attack community, because a lot of these guys, if you talk to them, they did not necessarily watch racing before they got into this. Front-wheel drive cars had become so much more attainable. Let's talk Civic Type R versus Supra, right? Two newer cars. That generation Type R was $36,000. The Supra was $50,000, right? They're both tuner cars. They're both import tuners, etc., or German tuners in the Supra's case, if you want to go that far. But it was just so much easier to get into this car, and it gave you so much more room to breathe. And for people like me, I've always been into these cars, so I'm a fan of the older ones. I own the older ones. I'm going to say this, I have one that doesn't run, and it never will, because I'm going to get crap for that for my whole life. But truth be told, I just love the feeling. The driving style is different. The way you can throw a front-wheel drive in and just tell the rear to follow you. I mean, you see Robert Rushton, he's probably one of the most aggressive steering wheel users I've ever met. And if you threw him in a Porsche GT3, if you threw him in a Supra, if you threw him even in an E46 M3, he's not making turn one.
Well, and to talk kind of a little bit about the driving aspect of a front-wheel drive car, once again, once you wrap your head around what it does out there, it does some incredible things that you cannot do in a rear-wheel drive car, like you were just pointing out. And really, the back half of the car, everything from the driver's seat, the driver's back of the seat on back, it's just along for the ride at that point. So once you realize you can control slides by putting your foot down, by doing a little bit of counter steer, those front-wheel drive cars, they will do things that you cannot do in any other platform.
Absolutely, and probably one of the more popular questions we hear, and I gotta say our Twitch viewers have to be some smart viewers because they don't get to see us all the time and they have the greatest questions. Time trial, time attack, and hill climb are very similar. Now, one of the questions we hear a lot are, do any of these competitors compete in Pikes Peak hill climb? If you tuned in for the session just before this, you saw Mike Dussault's Camaro. Mike Dussault's Camaro is that beautiful, big aero, big power Camaro, and he's been doing Pikes Peak hill climb for years. We have another competitor here, Brett Dickey driving the Project Import S2000. That car has made its way up Pikes Peak multiple times, and it will also be at Pikes Peak this year. So those two alone are Pikes Peak competitors. We have 3 or 4 other competitors that come and go who love racing with us if they're not tearing the car apart, getting it ready for Pikes Peak, that absolutely go up Pikes Peak hill climb and other hill climbs. The biggest difference you're going to find between time attack and hill climb is hill climb cars have to be even more extreme on the aerodynamics. They have to be more extreme on the power levels. They have to be more extreme on everything, because the thinner the air is going up the hill, the bigger the aero components have to be to function. We've all seen them. You've seen them, Joey. All these cars going up with these huge wings, huge front wings, and they may look silly on a racetrack, but you get them going up something like Pikes Peak and they're functioning at the highest level.
You need those extra aerodynamic aids, call it flight surfaces, if you will. I'm kind of an aviation fanboy over here, so I understand a lot of the aerodynamics just basically from the aviation world, and it directly applies to cars out here. You just have to think of it the other way around. Here in a car, we want to try to suck it down to the ground rather than make it take flight out there. So it's quite a bit of a different kind of situation, but yeah, it's all the same deal in controlling the air, using those devices to help get that lap time.
I agree. And there's actually one more thing to it. There's a gentleman, Cole Powelson. You may not even know this, Joey. Cole owns a company called Sierra Race Cars. They're single-seater racers. He has himself driven one up Pikes Peak. He's had Aaron Kaufman from Gas Monkey Garage, and then obviously off to his own things, drive one up Pikes Peak. And we had a question about electric cars at Pikes Peak versus seeing them here. To talk about Cole for a second, he has a full electric version of that Sierra car coming out that's probably going to go up Pikes Peak. Now, the biggest question people ask about electric cars and time attack is they are trickling their way in. At GTA Finals, we had a Tesla Plaid driven by Craig Coker, who laid down an incredible lap time. Now, if you look him up, you will see that car has incredible aero designed by Andrew Billion. It is a time attack car. The battery technology is not there to allow drivers to set a flyer, charge, set a flyer, charge, set a flyer, charge. So this is a large track with a lot of straightaways. At Buttonwillow, Craig had enough power for one lap, and that track doesn't have anywhere near as much wide open throttle time as here. So though we do believe technology is going to grow, and we do believe we will continue to see more of it, and we're excited about the future. The sport has to grow. But once the battery technology is there, because the charging technology is, once the battery technology is there, I believe we're going to see a lot more electric cars on track.
I agree, and I just think that electric technology, it's going to be coming no matter what, right? And it'll be developing at an exponential rate. We're only kind of at the tip of the iceberg with some of the stuff. So there's a lot of people that say, combustion engines till I die out there, and just wait till we see what some of these electric offerings are going to be, and the power capabilities, the delivery from them, especially to the individual wheels, and what you can do simply with the computer is the EG runs way off racetrack there. I wonder if that was maybe a problem going on with that Honda.
It looked like a braking issue, to be honest with you. He was probably pushing the limits like all of us do, and it's warm outside. And I will be honest with you, I'm a combustion engine till I die kind of guy, and it's not because the other cars aren't fast, it's because electric cars don't give me that visceral experience to listen to them. Now, I'm not going to let you rebut that, because I'm going to shoot it straight to Mark in a interview here. Throw it at me, Mark.
He is a COTA local, coming here 2 times a month at a minimum. Okay, tell us some interesting facts about the track, about your car, and what you're doing here today.
Sure, yeah. So I run a 2016 BMW M3. Makes about 690 horsepower on the top tune on E85. What I like about this track is really complex. There's a lot of kind of counterintuitive corners that trip people up a little bit. So, like you mentioned, I'm out here a lot,
So what do you think one of the trickiest corner sections is at COTA?
I think the S's toss people up, and then kind of the stadium section, 13, 14, 15. There's 2 different lines that take through there. You can kind of raw Peter to pay Paul, but tricky track for sure. Fast.
So, in your car, what's the best part that you love about this track in your car?
Oh, catching people in the S's easily. Yeah.
It's always great when you can come up, catch somebody, and make an incredible pass in the S's. Awesome stuff there. So, give us some information about your car. What's actually something that is like one of the best mods you have on your car?
So recently I threw the Bimmer World GT More Aero package on the car. That threw some more power at it and upspring rates on Nitron R3s. That combined with some setup from SPL, Pursuit Motorsports, and a local shop, Black Sheep Austin, was able to click 6 seconds off my previous personal best. So that's big.
So I heard you also work with the Rafa Racing Club. Tell us a little bit about that.
Yeah, for their kind of DE days, I come out and I instruct with that group. Great group of people. Love working with them.
Great to hear. All right, guys, we're back in the action. Let's go.
We are back in the action, but we are going to checker this session. It does look like you were right, Joey. It was more than just a brake failure. It may have been an actual complete failure. It may be engine. There's no fluid on the ground that we can see, but he is obviously broken down in an area where no one is going to be able to set another fast lap, and being towards the very end of the session, it just makes sense to checker it. So the good news is Cal Fortner, 219.504, he is getting that car figured out. William Stillwater with a 229.161 and Robert Rushton with a 237.26. Robert Rushton, his whole goal is to go sub 230, and he's there. This is one of the warmest sessions, and he's almost completely surpassed that. So the first 2 sessions tomorrow should give us exactly what he's looking for. Hopefully whatever's going on with Mr. Robles here and his beautiful EG can be fixed as quickly as it can be on Gran Turismo.
I think, Cuban, I think that might just be a point of perspective on how easily that thing gets fixed, whether that's a click of the button by the user or whether that's the mechanic doing the work, doing the righty-tighty, lefty-loosey.
Listen, sir, all I'm saying is next session on track, that's all we care about.
Over here, he had a little bit of trouble in his MR2. He's here to tell us about it. Tell us what happened, tell us why it happened, and how he's going to fix it to go forward.
Yeah, so it seems like we have like a remote mount turbo, and so you have to run a external drain. It wasn't sufficient, is really what it comes down to. It's pushing oil back into the exhaust, caught it on fire, and that was it. So it's actually like a lot less spectacular than it felt in the car, but I don't know what the solution is. We'll probably go like an oilless turbo or something like that, or I don't know. But we're done for the weekend, which is okay. Like, we just came to have fun. The car is rad. Like, it felt great. It had a lot more time in it. I had a lot more time in me, but ultimately it didn't work out this time, but that's fine. We'll be back next year.
Well, we're sad to see you go. We're absolutely happy to have this car. I love having the amazing differences in cars throughout the entire paddock, so it's great to see an MR2 out here. So what kind of lap time did you end up putting down for us?
I think it did a 2:38. So we unfortunately had another issue, right? So we have a trans controller for the DSG that's in the car. We put a Volkswagen DSG in the car. That was giving us clutch slip out of every single low-speed corner. So we had no drive out of any corner. We were just kind of fighting through that when we had the fire issue. So unfortunately, all around, not too great, but probably put a sequential in it, which is what I was trying to avoid in the first place, and fix the turbo and then come on back out.
All right, so we'll look for some more mods, make it faster, come back out, do it again. You going to make it to any other events this year?
I'm focusing on wheel-to-wheel after this, so maybe not. I live local, so we'll come back to COTA and make sure it's up to snuff before next year, and then we'll come back out.
All right, well, this was a sweet car that ended up a little bit on fire, but he's going to keep at it and build it better. Thanks, guys.
That was Daniel Oliver and his Limited Break Motorsports MR2. At least we got an answer to what happened, Joey. He had a little bit of a turbo drain issue, nothing too big. It is going to put him out for the rest of the session or the rest of the day, but it is great to see that he's still here with such high happiness and high hopes for what the future has to bring.
As we get that checkered flag for the cars that were on the track, it was Cal Fortner leading that limited group at a 219.50. Next up was William Stillwater there in the street class at a 229.161. Then was Robert Rushton in the enthusiast class at a 230.7. Those were the leaders of that Group 4, session number 4.
Absolutely, and we have Group 3 sitting on the grid right now. Let's see, it does look like we have a good amount of people who are ready to go and try and set another flyer. The weather's still pretty good outside. I am not upset about it. The wind has calmed down a little bit, which I actually would call a negative because the heat is starting to become stagnant. The wind was blowing across the back straight, so it wasn't a headwind. It wasn't really a tailwind. It wasn't very much at all. As you can see with our flag right there next to our starter, it has a baby little blow, but besides that, the track is pretty clean. We're going to have a Group 3, Group 2, and Group 1 left. These are the final sessions of the day, so anyone who's trying to at least get some testing done going into tomorrow's money sessions, or anybody that feels they have something pretty well figured out, this is their time.
What are you guys doing over here? This looks like a meeting of the minds that I don't like.
Just waiting on the green flag to be displayed, making sure the course is ready to go from all of the cleanup down there. As we get all of the shots of more of these cars getting to pre-grid, getting lined up exactly where they need to be, so that way they can be released out there onto the racetrack, get this session continued on here at Circuit of the Americas. And something, you were talking about the wind just a little bit, how it died down. The front straightaway here, we do have a good shot at that flag that you were mentioning, and there's also the huge garage building on driver's left, and then the huge grandstand on driver's right. So you do get kind of a funnel effect through the front straightaway, and if the wind has died down a little bit, I wouldn't expect it to be a big time issue. It might just be 1 or 2 mile an hour less on the top end going into turn 1.
I would agree 100%. Like I said, it's nothing too big, but it is something that you do see from time to time. What we will run into, especially on very windy days, is we will see people either gain or lose significant mile an hour down the back straight just from the wind itself. We've seen the wind go towards the back straight and people complaining of losing upwards of 5 to 10 mile an hour on pretty big aero cars. But we've also heard of people gaining 8+ mile an hour with the wind behind them. But that also affects your braking zone too. Let's not say it's all positive.
Yeah, you just have to adapt out there. You just have to understand, hey, am I doing 5 miles an hour faster than what I usually am? And you just got to compensate for it, brake a little bit earlier, and adjust for that top end speed. Just like how if you had a headwind going down there and you were a few miles an hour slower, well, you can take advantage of that and maybe brake a little bit later. And it's just that air speed that the car ends up hitting, providing that grip. But yeah, you're right. You just have to keep an eye on it, and thankfully here, it's kind of been a side crosswind for the most part, which don't affect the production cars nearly as much.
Agreed. And while these cars are starting to go on their warm-up laps, let's go ahead and throw it to Mark, see who he's got with him.
All right, I'm here with Michael Black. He's rocking this sweet S2000 in enthusiast class, but some bad news. We got some things going on with it. Michael, can you tell me what's going on with this car?
Yeah, absolutely. So going around the last lap of the previous session, the timing belt, serpentine belt went ahead and ripped. As you can see here, looking pretty gnarly, which caused the water pump and all the other accessories to stop working, resulting in high pressure, blowing off one of the hoses and causing coolant to spill over the track and me spinning out. So coming in here, troubleshooting that right now, fixing on the mounts and all that stuff. So we should be up and ready to go tomorrow. So that's pretty much what's been going on.
What kind of lap times have you done so far?
Right now I'm running around a 242, I think, or 244. So we're doing pretty good in that aspect. But we're looking to shoot better for that.
What are you looking to get before the end of the event here?
Honestly, just get this car dialed in and tuned to how I wanted. Kind of finished this build last minute, up till like 6 in the morning for the past 3-4 weeks, getting it ready and getting it tuned up. So hopefully we get a good baseline for testing and for next year to come out.
So obviously you're not just staying up by yourself and working on this all by yourself. Tell us, who's helping you out? Who's getting this thing done with you?
Absolutely. So I have my friends here, Johnny over at VR Autosports, along with Vince. I also have my friend Alan helping me out, and my helpers with the detail code with Aaron and his wife. It's been a great, and a shout out to all my sponsors too that have been here and helping me out. Unit 2 Fab, Brace Spread, Eric Levine, which is Levine Motorsports, all of the sponsors. Thank you so much for helping me and pulling through for this event.
Absolutely. We're great to have you out here. Hope you can get this thing fixed up and ready to go for tomorrow, and we're hoping to see those times drop down.
That right there was Michael Black in his S2000. That was the vehicle we saw earlier with the exhaust hanging and the fluid going down. It does look like he is going to have that thing back together. And to any of you amateur or aspiring racers, I want you to notice something he did there, and you should really take note. He understands it's not just him that gets him here. Let the world know who supports you and support those who support you. Great job, Michael. We can't wait to see the lap time you lay down tomorrow, and good job being a great diplomat for the sport.
We always want to be the driver, right? We want the glory, but there is so many people involved in getting a car to the track, whether it's just your buddies helping load it into the trailer or helping put it together all night to get it into the trailer, right? It is not just you out there, even though the driver tends to be the one with the glory.
Well, it's always the quarterback who's praised or blamed when a game is won or lost. But like all sports, racing is a team effort. Even if you're just a team of two, we have plenty of people here who are 2 or 3 people, and those people get all the respect in the world. But we also have teams of shops. We have teams of friends that put things together, and whether they're the ones on track or not, being appreciated is all that matters, and that's what I do love. I've never really seen a diva on the time attack circuit unless he's paying other people to be there, and in that case, well, that's your money anyways. You do what you want.
Looks like we are getting these cars up to speed now on Circuit of the Americas. Watching this Porsche go through the back straightaway here, and some more cars up the front straight, and looks like we are officially kind of a minute and a half into it, so we should have the first lap times rolling through here quickly.
Absolutely. With having cars obviously doing warm-up laps, and the average lap is between a 2:10 and a 2:30, you figure by now people are about to be starting their hot laps. There's the Parabellum, the 3 apex corner right there. So this gentleman is a few corners away from starting his hot lap. From there, we should see everybody either laying one down or being in a place where they're about to start it. I believe he's going to be the last person also starting their hot lap.
Definitely makes sense.
No, he's actually the first to finish. I apologize. That's
down.
Jason Merck with a 2:23.125.
I was going to say, by the way that he was driving the track, it definitely looked like he was in attack mode, whether that was warming up the tires, getting ready for a lap, or like we just saw, put one down. And then I see the next car come across. That was a 702, and actually, check that out. Michael Sims slides in there with a 2:24.5. So now all of those cars are completing that first-time lap, popping up there on the pylon.
Well, and we got Mr. Humphreys just go ahead and sliding his way in with a 2:22.986. Brad Wilson with a 2:25.748.
And check out Alex Roy. You were just saying a 22.98, a 22.97. So just 100th of a second faster. That number 26 tops the charts.
And the best part about that is these are all for position. They're in the same class. So you got a 22.97, 22.98, 23.1. All three of them would be battling for that position.
A little bit wide there through turn number 12. Always a sign of just maybe a little bit too deep in the brake zone. A little bit off apex there as well through turns 13. So I'll be curious to see if this lap time is better, because from what I see, definitely some more lap time being left out on the table to improve.
And this is James Ho in his 224 Porsche GT3. This is the gentleman that actually sold his Subaru to buy a Porsche, you know, stepping up in the world. But this is all brand new to him, and you could see it being really twitchy through that corner. This lap is obviously not going to be his fastest lap, but he's trying to come to terms with these tires. He's trying to come to terms with this setup. And you know what? I believe Mark Yeager is his driving coach, and trying to come to terms with Yeager telling me what to do, that alone would probably make sure I don't do fast laps. With that being said, Mark, who do you have down there? Tell me who else you're trying to sabotage on the pits.
All right, we're standing here with Sandgard the Viking, and he's got himself a nice weapon here that he has damaged the crap out of. So do us a favor, tell us what happened here, what's going on.
So we spent practice day trying to build a new splitter because this one ripped off the car at 156 miles an hour. So yeah, that was a fun night with a jigsaw and a couple of Home Depot runs. And yeah, we got something mocked up on the car that we think will work.
So as you can see here, guys, this is a carbon fiber splitter that has a foam core, and it is completely worn down and broken into pieces, showing the exposed foam. With that happening, he can't run this anymore because it will literally puff out and explode and really damage a lot of things. So he's got to swap this out. That's why he went to a wood splitter. So what kind of lap times were you turning yesterday, and where are you looking to get at the end of today?
So what we've done so far is a 225. We were hoping to get closer to a 217. We're hoping that we can at least get into the 220s with the new splitter.
Awesome. That's going to be a really tough achievement to get to, but we believe in you. We think you can do it. I will say this is one beautiful piece, but that piece of wood on your car now, that thing is going to let your car run and do lap times, so that's even prettier.
Sounds good. Absolutely.
All right, guys, we're done here. We're going to get back to the action.
That is probably one of the coolest things there. We got to rename him to Viking Racing. That was incredible. Now, for those of you wondering which car that is, that's that beautiful Subaru with the Marlboro livery, the red and white, being driven by the Vikings, for the Vikings. He's here to conquer, and he's going to make that work with his wooden splitter.
I love it. We were talking about characters earlier, and that is a character for sure. I believe this is Brad Wells in his C5 Corvette, going out there starting another lap. He's currently sitting at a 230.0 that last time by, so have to keep an eye on that red Corvette as we've got another Porsche making a pass down into turn one as well.
Absolutely. And Mr. James Ho, who we were talking about before we cut to the interview, he laid down a 230.281, which has been pretty consistent with his times. He's in the 29 to 30s full time, so he's probably going to have a conversation with Mark, maybe a few setup changes. And if he does the exact opposite of what Mark tells him to, I'm pretty positive he's going to lay down some fast laps.
Oh, goodness. I love the banter between you two, and I'm just so happy to be here at SLB and with part of GTA, getting to know everybody, getting to know all of these different characters, getting to know all of the different cars, and been really happy with day one and how it's been rounded out so far. Constantly seeing improvement from drivers, constantly seeing cars better themselves as well out there. It's just been really fun.
I agree 100%. And what's even better is how consistent these cars are. Jason Merck was the first person to lay down a fast lap at a 223.1. Well, he just laid down a 223.6. Now, obviously, these are time attack events. Consistency isn't what we're looking for. We're looking for faster laps, but that screams to something even deeper about the driver. That's someone who can lay down the laps, who can hit his marks every time. That's someone who naturally will go fast. Give them the proper conditions, give them the proper scenario. That's where they are. Also, it's crazy to me with how many Porsche people have told me, I'm just trying to beat these damn Supras.
You talk about the consistency and you talk about the drivers and also beating the dang Supras out there, but when you have a consistent driver and you're talking to them about, hey, where does the car need to go, right? Does it have a little bit too much understeer? Does it have a little bit too much oversteer? You know, what improvements do we need to make for it? Generally, a consistent driver is able to give you that feedback of exactly what the car is doing because they're driving it the exact same way every single time. So it is beneficial even just for the tuning department to be able to understand the driver, that relay of information, and that eventually makes the car go faster.
No, absolutely. And with these guys out here coming to an end, we do see some people still pushing a little bit, but this is probably the best time for you as the fans to get to know our drivers. We do have a gentleman out there who looked at Mark earlier today and said, I'm going to turn the boost up and I'm going to send it. And we hear that all the time. And then after we heard that, I think he went almost 3 seconds faster that next lap. I think Mark has him with him. His name is George Zhao, and he came here a peasant and he wanted to leave a legend. So, Mark, tell us what's going on with George down there.
All right, we're here with George Zhao and his amazing Audi R8. So George, he's also finished third place at Buttonwillow Finals. He actually has the record at the Ridge. Now he brings it to COTA. Last year he had some trouble at COTA, messing up a wheel, not being able to really set a lap time. George, how's your event been so far?
Well, it's better. All 4 rims are still on the car.
It definitely helps when all 4 wheels are still in contact with the pavement. What kind of lap times you putting down?
I believe I did a 2:17.1 last session. Yesterday practice, something was wrong with my ABS pump, so I couldn't go out. So the early 3 sessions was pretty much practice for me. I just put a set of stickers on the car. I have another set for tomorrow, so I'm gonna go out the last session and see what the car could do.
What did you end up doing to fix the issue with the ABS?
I have to go to the Audi dealer in North Austin, and they have to do some special coating, and they made it work.
All right, so Audi of Austin saving the day for George Zhao, getting him back on track. You got a set of stickers for today. Now you got a set of stickers for tomorrow. So are you expecting to use those bright and early in the morning, or are you waiting until later in the day?
I want to see how the car performs next session, and then I will decide what to do.
Sounds good. Some good strategy coming out of George Zhao. Anything new on the car that we need to be aware of? Anything that's really going to push the limits?
Yeah, so compared to Buttonwillow Finals, there's a new splitter on the car, and there's the GT1000 wing from APR. I think the aero really helps this time.
Absolutely. Some big aero upgrades on the cars. You can see behind us, we have the aero on the front with the splitter. We have the aero in the rear with the APR 1000 wing. And man, this thing is looking great. All redded out, looking great. Now we're going to go back to the action.
You know, you got to love somebody who just takes what happens in stride and moves on. Mark asked him how the car is, and the first thing he said, at least it has all 4 wheels on it. George, you're the man, because I'm not quite sure I could make that joke with a smile on my face. So much respect to you, my friend. He is going faster. The aero package does look better on that car. And honestly, I may be a sucker for race cars, but seeing that car with all the vents on it cut up with the aero, it has attitude, it has personality. That's what I'm talking about. Those are the competitors we love coming back, because any little thing that happens to them, they just persevere through it and come back and do better.
It's the innovation too, right? You were mentioning the modifications on the car, and that's exactly what it's about, is innovating the car, pushing it to go faster. And yeah, you're going to have good days, you're going to have bad days on the racetrack. Not everything is going to go perfectly your way, but the one nice thing is that all of your buddies are on the racetrack, and then at the end of the day, you're all going to find yourself most likely at the same bar to either celebrate or drink those sorrows away, but everybody is still together.
Absolutely. This is the end of Group 3 Session 4. We should have Group 2 Session 4 lining up right now. We're unsure how many of these drivers are going to be going out, but we'll get a shot, see if we have anyone we can follow.
We'll get the official results from that group number 3. It is Alex Roy with a 222.971 that leads that limited class in that session there. Wes Humphreys with a 222.98. there in second place, and Jason Merck with a 223.12. All of those were there in that limited class. The first car that is not in the limited class was that 72 of Brad Wilson in the street class, laying down the 224.7.
It is very impressive for him to be there with those limited class cars. You're going to get all different builds types, driver quality. These people are building their cars and going faster, and it's great to see them do that. Someone who is semi-new to our series, ran with us once before and is trying to run with GTA even more, is Eric Sutton. I believe we have Mark Yeager down there to talk about his trials and tribulations, what has happened before at the event, and what his future plans are. Mark, go ahead and let us know what's going on with Eric down there.
All right, we're here with Eric Sutton. Eric Sutton's driving this sweet Porsche behind us. It makes 850 horsepower. It's got a lot of aero. It's doing a lot of fast times. Eric, what kind of lap times are you putting down today?
Well, I started off on street tires, so the AO52s, and I did a personal best of 218.0. And then we switched over to the slicks since I'm in unlimited now on tractive dampers. So went out there, don't remember what the first time was, but I did a 1398 or something. So I'm sitting in third spot, which is shocking for a street car in unlimited. So I'm excited, man. It's just having a great time.
So 213 is what you did in the previous session? That's astonishing. So we did hear that you had some trials and tribulations early on. Tell us about that.
Well, first practice session out, I remember somebody said, don't break the car during practice. I did. We broke the rear uprights. They ended up being out of spec, we think. And so I had a friend pick up the old parts from the house, bring it up here. We rebuilt it last night, went out, had a great time with the 18, and then broke something else. So one of the bolts fell out of the diffuser. It scraped, I guess, on the cool down lap, and so it's destroyed. So we're not running the rear diffuser, which, you know, it's fine. But, yeah. It's working right now, so we're happy right now, and we're going to go out, leave the settings where we're at. We're going to make some changes for tomorrow to maybe stiffen it up a little bit for the slicks and see if we can do better tomorrow.
So it looks like we have a little bit of time to be gained, getting used to the slicks, getting that modification a little bit set. Sadly, we lose a little bit of performance in the car with the diffuser, but I think he's going to be able to make it up with the old driver mod. So back to the action, guys.
To be clear, Eric, I'm the person that told you not to break the car. I believe I stood in front of every driver and said, don't break in practice so we can talk about you in the race. So thank you so much for getting it back together. We're excited that you're laying down such fast lap times. We know how hard it can be, but to see the smile on your face after that 213, you're killing it out there. We do have drivers lining up for Group 2, Session 4. Rear diffuser failures, they're never fun, but luckily a diffuser is not what you would call a key aero element. It cleans it up. It gives you that last little 10%. So we're not going to see anything huge lost from him, but I guarantee you we're going to see time gained once they get those shock settings figured out for the slicks.
And talking about the various aero parts and diffusers, really anything underneath the car is a little bit of a pain in the butt to get to, right? The front bumper and the front splitter, usually not too bad because you can kind of reach under there, but those diffusers and a lot of these flat bottom pieces, they reach way underneath the car, so physically working on it can be a pain in the butt. And that's the shot that I've been waiting for all day, that mini truck. Look at how hot that thing is.
I knew once you saw the carbon panels, you wouldn't be able to talk about racing anymore. So we went, whoa! Okay, so I got to say, that's the first time I've seen someone spin literally leaving the pits. Oh, I think he might have something broken in the suspension, or he just has some super fresh tires. I believe that street takeovers are not allowed on the racetrack, so we'll go ahead and get him talked to and then around on the track. Realistically speaking, though, it's very simple. Anyone that's ever put super fresh tires onto a car, especially a rear-wheel drive car that makes power, you give it a little gas to go up this hill. It is super easy to go around. To make the second joke of the day, the Mustang made it with no problems. We do have Joey's favorite car here coming up behind this Corvette with this Acura NSX following this beautiful C5 and then a yellow A90 Supra right behind him. this is going to be their final run group of the day. So we do know that they're going to be pushing the limits, hopefully during the lap and not on the out lap.
You had to throw in the Mustang joke in there, and yeah, he did make it up the hill. I saw what you were doing out there. But hey, I thought we're still in Texas. Are we in Oakland now? Is it a takeover?
Yikes. If that BMW does make it all the way around, though, let's see if we can follow him for a lap. That car, number one, is beautiful. And I do feel like they probably are on fresh stickers. They're probably heat cycling them for tomorrow because I've been watching them all day and they've really had no issues. So if he's not going slow and we can follow that first BMW out, that'd be great to see how that car does scrubbing those tires in.
It could be a situation like you were just saying there that definitely just could be a set of brand new tires and some very cold temperatures on those tires. And it does take a little bit to kind of get that little, I don't know what you would call it, that little bit of layer of shipping material, if you will, that shininess off of the rubber. So once you get that off, it definitely starts to grip up and build that temperature.
Absolutely. It's the same thing as if you go to a car wash and you get your car washed and the first thing you do is you hit the gas leaving, you're going to want to spin out because you have a small film on your tires. Anyone who's ever put fresh tires on, well, when you leave the tire shop, it's a stop and go. By the time you reach the third light, it's all gone. But if you put fresh tires on and you're about to get on a racetrack, well, you're not really allowed to get on a racetrack at 5 miles an hour. You need to get up to speed for safety reasons. Well, sometimes it's for unsafety reasons. And here is that beautiful British green Supra that Joey has fallen in love with. It's between that and the K truck. It's basically over for him.
And I did see that green flag waving on the racetrack at the start-finish stand. So it should be
It does look like he did have a problem. My
Here.
guess is something in the suspension is broken.
Yeah. And you were
right
right, because when he kind of...
Maybe Joey will have a chance to talk about something he enjoys for once.
I think that you had a very keen eye there, Cuban, because when he did pull it back onto the track, he had that kind of snap wiggle there. So you're definitely onto something. As we get back to that green Supra on the racetrack here, let's see if we can spot exactly where it is going into turn 8 right here. So crest up the hill over to 9, like I've said all day, and looks like he's got it placed in the right area of the racetrack out here. And not only does the car look really nice, but the driver right now also seems pretty hooked up. A little bit kind of side-by-side movement in the braking zone. That can be a common thing if you don't have those rear shocks perfectly tuned in. It doesn't necessarily affect what's going on in terms of the performance, but it's just a little bit of instability there, and we're probably going to see it at the end of the back straightaway here too. But this is looking like a relatively clean lap. Look at how fast that thing gets going down the back straightaway, and stand on that brake pedal. Literally stand on it, put all the pressure through the ABS system, really clean through the apex right there. And this is the most technical part of COTA. If you can keep it together through this really slow section, it should provide a fast lap time. And you see the weight transfer, everything go to the front nose and really clean, jump over that orange bread box. And at those slow speeds, you can afford to do that. It doesn't upset anything too much out there, and he'll complete that lap in just a couple corners.
Absolutely, and we did cut away from him, but I'm going to ask you a question here. Actually, go ahead and finish it, and then I'll ask you the question.
And well, he's just continuing to use all of that track, and we're going to jump to some onboards here.
Ooh, that's Jeremy Lauder in his
exiting
Camaro.
out of turn 1.
This is the loudest car on the planet, and his last name is Lauder. I think he took it way too seriously with this one.
Well, let's listen to it a little bit. I like the little rumbly boys, especially if we've got the in-car audio from it.
I love that long gearing on these American V8s. It doesn't require 7 downshifts. He's just using all that ball equal power to bring it down and take it around.
I'd be curious to know actually what the rev limit on this car is. Now, I know it sounds high, but a lot of these V8s, they don't rev to the moon, and you're right, they use the whole power band, so it's all about using the torque down low to pull it out of the corners, just like what we see right there in turn number 12. You don't need to be way up top in the rev band. They have so much power down low, you don't have to worry about going down that gear. The low RPMs can still pull that thing out. Just a little bit kind of back and forth with the gas, and that can be just a little bit of a sign of not sure when to roll on it 100%, not having the confidence that the car is going to get hooked up. And here we go through the final 2 corners here. Let's see if he's able to put it down. Had to grab an extra gear on that downshift, and through turn number 20, complete this lap. And let's see what the car puts down in terms of a lap time. Looks like a 221.7.
That is some incredible noise you have there. It is so incredible. It's the only thing that could shut me up, because God knows you couldn't hear me over that car. So 2 things I wanted to tell you. 1, not a real sequential in there. It's actually a H pattern with one of those up-down shifter adapters. He is still getting used to this build. That is not his fastest lap of this, but I want to get back to that green Supra. That vehicle, I want to ask you about the driver. I want to see what your call is on this. That is Turner Dobbins, car 444. He ran a 219.066. Tell me what you think his experience as a driver is.
I mean, it's really tough to see, you know, and to tell just based off of these images, but he's clearly understanding of the concepts of where to place the car on the racing line. And as long as you understand the foundation, that's how you start to get going fast. And now it's really just up to this driver to expand on that knowledge. But I would definitely not consider him a novice by any means. He understands the concepts well, and he's definitely a very good student.
You know what's funny is I've never met this man. It's the first time I've seen the car, but going through all the history, he's actually the Texas NASA Time Trials Director. He is someone who not just tells people how to race time trials, he can absolutely do it himself. He was on the limits. We were talking here at this corner, how little side-to-side movement. He is at the limit of threshold braking right there. I didn't see him blow one apex on a corner, and I feel like this is the kind of lap you watch if you're trying to learn how to go fast around a track. Could he push it harder? I'm sure he could, but did he hit everything he needed to and do a 219? Yes, he did.
Those are excellent points out there, and I think that he was on a cool down lap, or at least getting ready for the next one. And this is one of these hot rod Mustangs headed up the hill here into turn number 1. I believe that this might be the 52 car out here. Correct me if I'm wrong, Cuban. But starting its lap headed down 22 car down there, and looks like Tony Hortermeister.
Yeah, and it's great. He's doing a 234 right now. I think he's done a 221 at some point in his life. I don't know if it was in this vehicle or not. It's Tony Hortermeister, I believe, of Serpent Stangs Racing. He is in Group 2. Now, we don't have much information on the car itself. He is one of the only Mustang competitors we have seen in quite some time. The Time Attack world goes in waves, and for a long time it was just imports. Then some V8s got involved. Then the Corvettes took over the world. Then the Supras showed up and made the Corvettes upset about not being able to beat them in limited class. And now the Supras have taken over the world, and I think Mr. Tony here is trying to prove that the Serpent can definitely show up and put down some fast laps. And that isn't just any Mustang, that is a GT500. So that is a factory to the 9 street car, which is meant to be beaten up on. You never want to call them factory race cars, because we have factory race cars here, but this is one of the highest powered Mustangs you can buy off the lot. Great suspension, great aero, and really just got to put a crazy nut behind the wheel.
They do have a ton of potential out there, and know my buddy Steve Luca is involved in this program as well, so I believe this might be one of their newer cars that they're really trying to put out there, do a lot of testing and development, and put it out there for the time attack community. And I do have to say, out of all of the paint schemes, I love the British Racing green. I've seen that E46 M3 that I'm in love with too, but this one's got a nice scheme as well, and I am a bit partial to my Fords.
Steve Luca is actually the co-driver, so you are correct. And by your love for the wrap, I see you like primary shapes, like triangles. So I'm very happy for you there. It is a good-looking car on camera, though. I do agree 100%. And those are the gentlemen there that were having the wiring harness issue with their Haltech. Hopefully they're having that figured out. We want to see them on track tomorrow morning. You know my love for silver wheels on a racetrack, and that car is just screaming my name right now, though it is a Subaru. I got to show it all the love in the world.
I hate wiring problems. I don't know how you feel about wiring problems. At least with mechanical stuff, you know, it's nuts and bolts, but man, I just always chase my tail when it comes to electrical.
Absolutely. Electrical is the thing that really breaks your heart. Now, this is the BMW that had that small issue coming out. They looked at it. My guess is nothing was broken. It was probably fresh tires. So he's out here doing a flyer right now. Let's see what kind of lap time he can lay down.
Already halfway through this S section here. A little bit of a wiggle there in turn number 7. It's definitely pushing the limits of the adhesion that this car has right now. Once again, using up all the racetrack at the top of the hill and dive it towards turn number 11, where it is all about hitting that brake marker. I keep saying it, just don't overstep it. It is so easy to beat yourself out there, and when the corner leads out onto the longest straightaway on the track, you want to maximize your exit speed out there. And the BMW looks like it's got a good clip here. I would love to have some radar guns down there, seeing what these top speeds are doing at the end of this straightaway, because I have a feeling some of these cars are extremely impressive, the top speeds they're hitting. And then you just have to slow the thing way down. These huge 4-piston, 6-piston brake systems on a lot of these cars, you know, 280-millimeter rotors or bigger, really slowing these big old hunks of machine down. Now through this slow, tidy technical section, decides not to use out all of that racetrack on the driver's right side, and that's totally okay. You're at such a slow speed. Sometimes you don't need to go all the way out there. It's all about shortening the racetrack and a little bit wide through the turn 17, 18 complex, but it really is all made up here in 19. Does he keep the car nice and tidy? Yes, it does, but now he's off the pace and evidently says, you know what, I'm going to call that lap. I'm just going to bring it back on in.
He had a few little things, and like most people, I'm sure he has something to show him predictive lap. Is it really worth it to burn the tires out if you're not going to finish it off, right?
Totally. And the other thing that, I mean, checkered flag is out. So if you know that it's not going to be a faster on that predictive lap, there's no need to abuse the tires, keep upping the temperature with the car and whatnot. You might as well just scrap it and call it and go back out there next time.
Absolutely. And that is going to be the end of session for Group 2. That's going to be the end of session for Group 2. We're going to have Group 1, Session 4 getting ready to line up, and that will be the final run group of the day. Bjorn Boenches is leading this session with a 218.536, followed by Turner Dobbins with a 219.066. We have a 220.072 from Anthony Pearson to be the third person out. It does look like we have Bjorn leading with a limited car, but followed by 2 street class cars going very fast for their classing. What I do see out here is Jackie Ding ready to lay down a flyer. It looks like he will be the person leading out this session. If no one's in front of Jackie, hopefully we can follow him for an entire lap, see how that BMW is looking.
One of the more popular competitors out here in GTA, and it is pretty cool to see that new car of his.
Well, Jackie Ding kind of supersedes Time Attack. He's an internet sensation, right? He'll probably kick me for saying that. But 2 super laps ago, I'm doing the stream and I'm looking at YouTube, the comments, and Jimmy Broadbent's in there asking when Jackie Ding's going to go out. And you're a sim racer, so you know who that is. So for Jimmy Broadbent to show up and be like, where's Jackie Ding? I guess that kind of tells everything. We'll get back into that in 1 second. We got Mark Yeager with, I believe, Jonathan Wheeler. Let's see what John has to say about his event.
All right, we got John Wheeler here, enthusiast class record holder from previous years. Now, he just reset the thing again. Let's talk about it. How was the lap? What it looked like? What was the lap time?
Total overall lap time 2:26.2. Track cold, a little bit slidey. There's definitely more time. Dash says it has another 2 seconds, which is what we were shooting for, the 24. So tomorrow morning, look for the 24. Today, 26.2.
All right, guys, you heard it right there. He's going to look for another 2 seconds off this record, shooting for tomorrow. Let's talk about it. How many seconds in what session?
Oh, no, right off the rip. If you guys wake up late, you missed all the action.
You heard that right here, guys. You got to be up. You have to be ready, and you have to be in the first session. He's going to be there, and he's going to be breaking records. Anything else to say?
Hey, Mom.
All right, that's you.
You know what's funny is he told me his mom sponsored his program earlier, and I thought he was joking, but I'm starting to think this is real life. Love you, John. That was fantastic. He's not kidding, by the way, when he says that he's going to send it immediately. Drivers will say that and hold back. If John says you slept in and you missed it, it's probably true. So let's not miss Jonathan Wheeler's possible record-setting lap tomorrow morning.
As we really go throughout the day, I love seeing more of the drivers in the garage. I love learning more about them. I love seeing the characters come out, and I really feel like that's a big part here. It is not only are you having fun on the racetrack, but you get to have fun with your friends in the paddock too.
Absolutely, and it does look like they're about to send these cars out. Before we try to follow Jackie's hot lap in his beautiful blue BMW, I believe Mark may have one more person lined up for interview purposes. You can even see how bright blue that car is from this drone shot. What do we got down there, Mark?
All right, guys, we're here with Clay Shearer, and Clay Shearer has a sweet Z06 Corvette. Now, this thing is twin-turboed and is absolutely amazing looking. It is beautiful. Clay, give us a rundown on this Corvette.
It's a 2007 Z06. It's actually a C5 chassis with a C6 carbon fiber body. It's got a 427 RHS block. It's got Garrett G35 turbos. And I spent all day in testing turning the power down. It's got about 1,500 wheel top, and we got it down to about 1,000 wheel. And it's a lot more drivable at 1,000 than it was at 1,500. So
we don't hear that all too often, that you actually want to turn the power down. Usually we're spending the entire time turning the power up. So it's interesting to hear that you have to do that and able to get the car more drivable. What are some of the challenges that you are facing?
So it's a brand new build. Best turbo shop in the country, Mike Dassault Designs. The car's been awesome, but it's a brand new build. So we ran into a few little things with shifting. We had a bad fuel pump. Figured that out. So guys did a great job at working through the problems, figuring out what it was, and getting me back on track.
That's awesome. Those guys were able to get back on track. You know, Dassault Designs really putting it down, doing their own Camaro, doing your car, really being able to, get these cars going. But now we got Group 1 going at it, so we're going to head it back to them and see what kind of lap times they can put down.
That is that beautiful blue Z06 with twin turbos. It's nice to see him out there, and I'm sure other competitors wish they could turn it down to 1,000. So I'm glad to hear he's out there having a good time. We were blessed with even extra competitors here. I saw Eric Fleming send it right in front of Jackie Ding. I see Brett Dickey and Project Import behind Jackie Ding. So many people to follow, but we would love to watch this blue BMW set a flyer. This car has become a fan favorite only because of the person. You don't see this car in competition very much. People don't develop these cars to race very much. So to see one of these beautiful big body M2s, I can't wait to see what he does with it over the years. But let's see what kind of lap time he can lay down here at the end of the day. He's going to use this as his tester for tomorrow. And just like Jonathan Wheeler said, he's probably going to send it in the first or second session. So what he does today, he's going to build upon tomorrow, and that's going to be everything.
So go out there and basically have the notepad ready, right? If you want to go out there and send it tomorrow morning, go out there and try a few things. If you feel confident going into turn one, sure, maybe you could push it 5-10 feet deeper and see if the car sticks, or maybe roll a little bit more speed going into the S's and see if the car gets upset at all, or maybe it's as simple as rolling on the throttle earlier than you feel comfortable with coming out of turn 11, and all of a sudden the car just hooks up and rockets down the straightaway to a higher top speed than you've ever seen. I think having the last session of the day, it's a great test bed.
I agree 100%. And if you know that you're just going to go out there and try and test a few things, you get to have fun with it. But it's all about turning that testing into results. If it's not consistent during the test, you're not going to use it on your hot lap.
Take the data and take the data points that are useful, right? And then apply them in order to get faster out there. And looks like we are getting the run group through turns 17 and 18 on that warm-up lap. So in just a matter of moments, we will have these cars getting fully up to speed and laying down those fast lap times.
You know, I don't even need the camera to know. I hear Eric's car shaking my window in the tower. So that's going to be Eric starting his lap. We're going to have Jackie Ding start his right behind him in that beautiful blue BMW. Let's see if we can track that BMW throughout the entire lap. Man, the aero slap on that Corvette is wild. The car starts to bottom out, and you almost get a porpoising out of it. Should be Jackie
coming
up behind him. You see that carbon
really... Yeah, you see the carbon kind of smack the pavement. That's kind of what gives that puff of dust. It's not a brake lockup by any means. And this is that BMW that we were talking about of Jackie Ding. So let's watch him go through this lap here, see if we can dissect anything, see if we see anything that kind of stands out of the normal. Looks really tidy through the S's there, maybe drifts out just a touch wide on exit, and yeah, that definitely compromises him there through turn 7, so just too much speed through the back half of the S's compromised him through the last third of it, but it is near the end. You can gather it back up and still have a good second half to this one. Just hit the brake marker and get out onto the back straightaway cleanly.
Absolutely. That's something where you're saying he was behind the track right there. He tried to push too much in one section, and it took it away in the next.
That's exactly what happened. He just kind of got off of the racing line, and from there, you just can't get it back onto the racing line at the moment that you need to. But it doesn't mean that the lap is completely trash. You can still definitely learn something, but there is another moment.
There is where the lap is trash.
Pushing a little bit. Yes, just pushing it a little bit too deep in the brake zone, and there once again just a little bit too deep. And I think maybe just the heat in the track is maybe not allowing the grip that Jackie wants out of the car, or maybe just kind of pushing it a little bit in those areas, kind of testing it out like we were talking about earlier, seeing if he can carry that extra little bit of speed through some of these turns.
No, absolutely. And though I said that's where the lap is trashed, you see him, he's pushing it. He was pushing those braking zones. He was a little bit late on the back straight apex. He was very late on that apex. But these are the areas where Jackie's a good enough driver where he knows where to dial it back. And we'll get timing and scoring up for you, but Eric Fleming laid down a 2:04.273. Even in the heat, he's going faster and faster, which means tomorrow this car is sorted out, it's good, they're ready to fly. Here we have Brett Dickey with a 2:15.730. I'll try to get some info to see if they got a new diff on it or if they're just short shifting the car and holding it up the straight, as that is a Pikes Peak car. They're running out of gearing on the front straight. Eric Sutton with a 2:27.17 right behind him. Got George Zhao at a 2:19.886. And Mr. Brad Perkins at a 2:17.425 in that beautiful BMW race car right there. Kyle McHugh did not have a good starting lap, but he may just be trying to warm the car into it. He may also be doing the same thing everyone else is and just testing during this session. The person who's not testing, by the way, though, is Eric Fleming with that 2:04.273.
And talking about the number 29 car that you were making the comment, that wasn't the greatest first lap. I think one of the benefits of being the last car in the train is that you can almost use that second lap probably as a little bit of a warm-up lap. Yes, you do have to be up to speed per se, but you might be able to take it a little bit easier, let that gap in front of you kind of extend just that little bit, take that extra lap really to get up to pace and kind of make sure the car is ready to go.
Absolutely. You do see these drivers getting offline. Jackie's really trying to cool the car down. He may be going for another one, or he may just be coming in. We'll keep an eye on that. But he is immediately offline. But if you're not experienced like this, we do always ask a 2:04.932 from Eric, so he's consistently in the 2:04s. Every track date is going to tell you don't do that, because he's getting offline where he knows it's right, and then he's sending it around corners he knows he has to, because he doesn't want to be parked on the apex for someone either. The most important thing for anyone who's learning how to do this, you hold your line and you get passed. Leave it up to them to pass you. But obviously at this level, the drivers know when and where to get out of the way to not impede someone else's lap.
I think you nailed it there, is that these drivers, they understand the situation they're in, right? They're not in an HPDE where they're having to do point buys out the window or have the restrictive rules of where you can and can't pass out there. It is up to the drivers. You put it into their hands, and they understand where the danger areas are on the racetrack and where it's clear to pass. And trust me, nobody wants to put their car into an area where they feel is dangerous, that damage could happen. So everybody definitely on the same page.
Brad Perkins with a 2:16.838. Very good lap. Now here's Eric Sutton. He did another slow lap, you would call it, a 2:33. He did hit him with the flashers right there to let him know that he's on a flyer. So if Brad Perkins is not on a flyer, Eric Sutton does expect him to get it out of the way, just like he did for him, and he does. Look at Brad Perkins staying super wide through turn 2.
Yeah, you called it. Left pretty much the door completely open for the competitor on his hot lap behind him. That is the A-plus thing to do, as we're getting shots of the Audi come up and through 8, 9, and 10 there, and just a gorgeous facility here at Circuit of the Americas. It's still Eric Fleming leading that unlimited class with a 2:04.2 on the board right now. Jackie Ding is the fastest in the limited class out there that we've seen, 2:16.8 in this session so far.
Absolutely, and only time that flashing your high beams is a positive is on the racetrack. It takes a quick second to see and a keen eye. Most people would have missed it, but he hit him with the quickest half a second flash, and that just tells the driver in front of you that, hey, I'm gonna send it, I'm not on a cooldown. And though I'm sure Brad Perkins would have gotten out of the way either way, Brad Perkins had the entire apex of 1 to figure out where he's going to put it so he doesn't get in the way through 2, 3, and 4.
You mean to tell me that the flashing of the lights doesn't mean that party mode is activated?
On the freeway.
Okay, copy. All right. Now I understand it, and now I feel much more well-educated on the subject.
I'm glad we could hit you with the time attack knowledge. Here we have George Zhao. He's had a little bit what looks like tire rub.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if he's on fresh tires of a different size, but he's been rubbing on the outside rear tire every corner.
Correct. You nailed it. It's the outside rear tire of every single corner. So it's not fluid coming out one side or the other. It's definitely most likely the body roll of the vehicle on an oversized tire. And quite honestly, it could be as simple as if it's too big of a spacer on that wheel. I know a lot of these advanced race cars, they do still run spacers, whether it be front or back. And just with a different tire, it could be making contact without bodywork.
Absolutely, and a lot of people don't understand why, but teams will have wheels, and some teams will want a different setup based on a different track. Some people want a wider track width in the front. Some people want to try wider track width in the rear. Well, you're not going to buy 46 sets of wheels. You're going to buy 46 sets of spacers and run a very high quality extended stud. That way you could set up the car specifically for what you're trying to do on that track.
And it could be as simple as the exact same size tire with a different manufacturer. Just got to go out there and turn the laps and see exactly what happens out there. And it didn't look like it was enough tire smoke to really be of a serious concern, as you get a lot of these competitors now coming back down onto pit road. They made that hot lap at the end of the day and now are cooling themselves and the cars off.
Absolutely. And truth be told, we call that self-clearancing. If you have the babiest of rub and it's on a fresh set of tires and you just got to take off a few millimeters of tread, the track will do that for you.
This is one of the few cars still screaming out there on the racetrack. Looks like one of these BMW Supras. Nice. And you can correct me if I'm wrong here, Cuban. Is this a carbon front end on this one?
So it is a carbon hood, and the hood and fenders, I believe, are one piece. I don't know these cars well enough, but I'm almost positive that they all come up together. This is Kyle McHugh. This is the gentleman with 900 horsepower and very little aero. So this was the car you were watching earlier where he was doing a really good job of keeping that front end tidy, knowing where he can put the power down and knowing where he couldn't. Now he's on an outlap right now. So if we can shoot over to Mark to see who he has in front of him, let's see what words he's got going for us. Mark, let us know what's going down there.
All right, we're here with Stilo Helmets and Pat Wilson Designs. They have gone through and picked one lucky driver and his car to present them with a Stilo helmet. I'm going to hand you over to Pat Wilson Designs until they can tell you about why they picked Mr. Timmy Turner as their choice. Here you go.
Thank you. I am Pat Wilson with Pat Wilson Graphics, and I do helmet painting. And I teamed up with Preston here with Stilo Helmets, and we decided to give away a helmet to a driver here that we felt had a cool car and was also going to be in need of good safety equipment.
Yeah, absolutely. Timmy was his car stuck out to us as a really, really cool build. Again, as Pat said, it looked like with a lot of representation for Stilo here, we wanted to give him a new helmet to really enhance his safety. So we're really proud to give this to you, and we hope you enjoy it, man.
That right there is Tim Turner running away from an interview like usual. But honestly, Pat Wilson Designs, they have been with us since year one. He's been giving out a free paint job on a helmet since the first year. Pat Wilson Graphics, check him out. He does incredible work, and I want to give all the love to Stilo for coming together with him to not just give a design for a helmet, but to give a brand new helmet that they can do the design on. So congratulations, Tim Turner. It is going to sound like we are favorites here because we've talked about your car for a while, but to be clear, me and Mark have no say in who gets that. That's all Pat Wilson Graphics, and it's well-deserved. For those of you wondering what Pat Wilson stuff looks like, he is around the paddock. You can check out his website. His work is incredible. And Joey will tell you the same, we will. There's something about having a custom design and custom painted helmet that just makes you feel like you're more in the zone. It's almost like, you customize your car, you customize your computer, you customize this. Customizing your safety, it's just that extra step.
Aren't stickers worth at least 10 horsepower? And when you start getting into the paint regime, that's even more because it's custom. And yeah, no, I mean, you end up being the coolest kid on the playground if you show up with a really cool painted helmet. And that's what all the pros do. So if you got one of those, you can certainly put yourself in that class.
I agree with you 100%. Stickers are worth 10 horsepower. I have a 1,000 horsepower Ford Fiesta at home. I'm sure you saw those cars out there lining up. This is the end of Session 4 Group 1. This is going to be the end of Saturday Time Attack. For those of you that have stuck it with us the whole day through GLTC, through all 4 sessions of Super Lap Battle, thank you very much. For all you new viewers on Twitch, on Facebook, on YouTube, on SuperLapBattleUSA.com, thank you so much. For all the fans that have made it here today, don't forget to come back tomorrow. We have a pit walk. Cars and Coffee will be here. The biggest density of fans this event will have will be here tomorrow, so do not forget that tomorrow is the day. We have 5 or 6 competitors that have straight said they're going to send it to the moon tomorrow. There is a chance that we see Ferris Khartoumi tomorrow. Cole Powelson is going to go a second faster, or we're never going to let him enter again tomorrow. There's a lot of things on the line. So please don't forget where we are. Don't forget who we are. And as soon as all the times are up, we'll go ahead and get those on the board. Joey, first day here at Super Lap with us. I know this isn't your regular cup of tea, but I want to hear from you. How did we blow your mind today?
I loved it. I think it's fantastic. I've harped on it quite a few times in terms of kind of the diversity of the paddock, right? It doesn't matter if it's a front-wheel drive Honda, if it's a rear-drive Porsche, if it's a mid-drive NSX. There's so much diversity of auto manufacturers, a variety of different cars out there. I think that's what appeals to me the most, and that draws away from my racing bits, right? Because there's only 5 or 6 manufacturers when you go to an IMSA race or a pro race of sort, and here you come out there, I feel like you could walk the garages, walk the paddock, and see a little bit of everything, whether it was that rad mini truck, these monster time attack cars with huge aero, or even the drifting that's going on that you can go and get a ride in. I just think that the community aspect of it is just ultra cool.
I agree 100%, and I truly love what we do here. So for those of you that are here, let's go ahead and show you the daily standings. I'm going to start this off with, I believe, GTX class. We're going to show you all the times for the day. Rob Bell with a 2:482. He is the fastest at the event right now, but he has Jensen Little chasing him down in that 500 horsepower Norma. Willie Putrajaya with a 2:930, another Norma, just 4 thousandths off, and Austin Andrews at a 2:01.654.
Then we had Tanner Faust back there, as well as, go ahead.
No, I was going to let you know. I do agree with Tanner Faust, but I want him to go faster so I could talk about him more. We have Mike DeSole with a 2:08.068 leading max effort class, followed by Clay Shearer in that beautiful Corvette and Sean Bassett in his carbon body tube chassis 240Z. In enthusiast class, we have Jonathan Wheeler, 2:26.233, leading enthusiast, but Robert Rushton is right behind him at a 2:37.26. Steve Wynn believes he has a 2:30 or less in the car, so I do believe in him. And Michael Black has a few issues to get over to get past his 2:48 hump. Take it away from me, Joey.
Yeah, in the street class, we got Kyle McHugh leading the way in that 2:17.14. Turner Dobbins here in that 444 with a 2:19.0. Thomas Smith in third place with a 2:19.981. And here also inside the top 5 is Anthony Pearson. And then we bring up the limited class. Gabe Zamora in that Porsche in that 777, leading the way at a 2:15.994, being chased by Gary Wong right there, nipping at the heels, 2:16.34. And Jackie Ding, who we were really highlighting there in that last run group, coming in at a 2:16.80 today. But look at those times throughout the limited class within the top 5. They're only separated by really a couple of tenths per driver. So I've got my eye on that limited class tomorrow as we roll over as well. And you see all the rest of the names on the screen here. That brings us to the unlimited class. Cole Powelson, remember how fast that car was doing earlier today, a 2:02.53. Curious to see what they do tomorrow. Eric Fleming at a 2:04.27, and Eric Sutton in that 177, rounding it out with a 2:13.984 here in this unlimited class, Cuban.
No, absolutely, and that is a blast. Joey, I can't wait to see what we have to see tomorrow. Cole with that new overall time attack record. For all of you out here, I want you to know that our regularly scheduled broadcast will be ending now. We should be getting a few glamour shots out here with some competitors that will be live streamed, but no announcers. This broadcast is going to come to an end. Make sure to catch us at 8 a.m. Texas time. That's 8 a.m. CST, okay? That's when we go live. Time change happens tomorrow. Set your alarms. Do not be late. I'm telling that to you so I remember. So once again, 8 a.m. tomorrow. We'll catch you then. This is Cuban signing out. Joey, thank you for being here, and we'll all catch you tomorrow.
Link is the engine management solution for champions the world over. We know what it takes to win, pushing boundaries, performing under pressure, and having the best people on your team. Our tech support are performance specialists, available 24 hours and ready to talk one-on-one about your winning formula. Link ECU. The performance, reliability, and power to get to the podium.
Not that trash. Not that trash.
Hey, can you give me a thumbs up?
Do you have audio on that? Is that audio on? Your internal?
What's up? Jeff Hart here with Revolution.com. We do the live stream here every year at Super Lap Battle. Right now, we've got the Panther vehicle. They've come in. We've got an 8K red camera on it. We're going to shoot some of the fastest cars here, some camera chase stuff. This is how we get the cool promo stuff. We're giving you the behind the scenes. Ryan Randall's in the control room. All the awesome camera operators and drone operators around the track. You guys are in for a treat.